How was everybody this morning? Okay. It's a bright and early Monday morning. Hold on one second. Okay. So these are the 8 we're going to talk about today. And then I have a little, I called it special. It's a different type of scam. I know a lot of you have children and grandchildren, and so I wanted to highlight it. Oh, Wesley Wells, hello. You have kids, Karina? Yeah. This is going to be important. And if you have neighbors that have kids, if you have friends that have kids or grandkids, it's important that they know about this. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, New York Detective Professor. I will follow you and keep that in mind. No problem, Georgie. Get ready for work. I know I'm going to blank on her name, but she puts her grandchild on the bus. Some people are driving to work. Whatever. It's good for me. Good morning, good morning. First of all, I want to publicly thank my mods for Digital After Dark. I'll be posting Digital After Dark this afternoon when I post this live here. Hey, MLA Red girl. You have the patience of a saint. You have the patience of a saint. I literally was watching you yesterday like, why can't I be more like her? Why can't I be more like her? But I get fired up quickly.
I can't stay at long. I wanted to say it was delusion yesterday. I'm at work, so I got 1 second. It was crazy. I couldn't stand it no more.
Listen, you're like,
Listen, she had my math all over the place yesterday. She tested my skills. Listen, that was a second grade math. Hey, everybody, good morning in the chat. Good morning in the chat. Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? Hello, hello. Y'all, listen, 5 months pregnant and due in December. Have a wonderful morning. Be blessed, everybody. Keep a happy smile on your face and keep pressing on. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different. You are somebody. Have a good day, everybody.
thank you. I love MLA Red. I really do. I really do. Because she does some amazing work. Amazing work. I am impressed by her every day. I be like, I want to be like her. She's so calm. She's so understanding. She tries to like guide them in the right direction. It's beautiful. So I want to thank my mods for Digital After Dark because it got a little, shaky. And they held it down. So I want to appreciate them out loud. And then I want to appreciate everybody who came up on Digital After Dark because y'all really explained some things to people that people didn't know. Some things I didn't know, especially when it came to Maggie. I'm going to post it today. On the YouTube. It was eye-opening. Yeah, Saren, I so appreciate you because it just in the The fact that you said that she lost services, it makes so much sense now why she's back. She doesn't have a choice, but she's still not in the circumstances she claims to be in. Look at the difference between her and Lisa and their when they come on and how they act and all of those things. It's a difference. So I appreciate everybody. Saren, Awareness, Amy, and I know I'm gonna forget some names. Um, and if I see you live, I'm gonna Amy did Wesley, Saren, Sweet Sassy Girl did Sean, Karina. I really appreciate it. So it will be posted on the YouTube today in case you missed it. And let's get started. Where am I going? I'm going to start with, good morning. Thank you guys. You know your gifts are not necessary. They're appreciated. And if you, Karina, you didn't miss anything. I was just thanking you, honey. It's just digital_deceivers_shadow. I think that's it. But if you just type in digital deceiver shadow, it should come up. I just wanted to be, I wanted to share my thankfulness for what they did. So I'm going to start with what I had originally called a bolo, but after the stuff I heard, no. He was new to me, but apparently he's not new to everybody. Which is why when I started taking notes, I wrote down bolo. Yeah, a lot was crazy. Saturday night was crazy. I took a little break because I needed to think about some things. But really, Karina? So this is, okay, I'm sorry. I let the comment throw me off. But this is the thing. If you have an aunt, you live around family. You don't live with family, I don't think, but you live around family. You mean to tell me your mom wouldn't come pick you up to go see your aunt? White Sox. Say hello to everybody because you have to go. You can't be in the way. Here, come on. Come lay right next to me. That's not gonna be enough, y'all. Right. Mine would too. Okay. So, Sam Folk. First, he said something about being in North Carolina. So, I immediately started looking up resources and stuff like that in the state of North Carolina. Because he was saying that the minimum wage in North Carolina is $7.25. So I'm like, okay, he's in North Carolina. Of course, he's another one that wraps himself in God. And I have to admit, the parts of the Bible that he quoted were accurate. And his definition, I shouldn't say his interpretation, I agree with. So let me start there. Karina, he's not in North Carolina. He's in Georgia, baby. But when he started talking about North Carolina and their minimum wage, and I even said, that's not a living wage. Who's surviving on $7.25 an hour? Good morning, just stop already. So, the thing that got me was, it gets me about all of them. You have money to smoke. I think he was vaping, actually. His queen in certain states, it is. Because that's the federal minimum wage. And so it is in certain places. Not in most places, but in certain places it is. Now, bear something in mind though, that when the minimum wage is 7.25, the cost of living is lower. There's no way somebody in the state of California could live on 7.25. So I think don't apologize. We're all here to learn together. So you don't have to apologize. The state of California, I think it's like 15 because the cost of living is ridiculous. But in the state of California, $15 an hour is nothing. Corrections Queen, I'm in Florida right with you, so you're right. In a lot of states, that wouldn't be enough money. So I get it. But while you need the people who listen to you to send you money for everything, you have money for a vape or a smoke or the green stuff. I never understood that. So at one point he started talking about moving like to the Midwest, and my first thought was what we just talked about. Yes, the minimum wage is higher, but the cost of living is higher as well. But okay. So let me just tell you when it turned for me. When he said that he has been homeless for 19 years. Sir, at 19 years homeless, you should be a professional. He did 20 months locked up, but for the last 19 years, he's been homeless. And I actually said 19 years? Like a question mark? And he was like, yes, 19 years. Congratulations, Georgie. Right. That's just lazy to me. Listen. So his first excuse about why he couldn't get services was that he didn't have an ID. He claims that his ex stole it. Now, I understand that not having an address can be more complicated. But a lot of people who are homeless have ID and services. You have to try. You have to, he's Sean's long lost brother. That's hilarious. You have to try. And when you come across someone who knocks down every thought process, every suggestion, but then wants money from people, red flag on the play. Well, they use the ID thing to say, well, I have to have an address. Do you think that the people in the state that you live in haven't figured out that there are homeless people and there's a way to do it? There's a way to do it. And if you've been homeless 19 years, you should know how to do it. Hey, awareness. Thank you too for a Saturday night. I appreciate it. And I wrote down, at some point, being homeless 19 years is a choice. He doesn't seem to have addictions. He may have a mental health issue. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to diagnose. But he's lucid. He has conversations. He knows where to go take a shower every day. He says that he gets food from the Dollar Tree. every few days, and mostly he eats bologna and bread, I think is what he said, from the Dollar Tree. But at some point, sir, 19 years is a long time. So I'll be watching. I wrote down, I'm worried for the Christian grandmother or the person who's barely scraping by, who takes pity and gives them their last, and then they suffer the rest of the month, for him to be in the exact situation a week later, a month later, a year later. It is literally like throwing money in the trash. 19 years? Come on now. So he's in the state of Georgia. He needs, I believe, I'm getting confused about North Carolina versus Georgia's requirement, but I believe that he needs a letter from like a homeless shelter confirming that he's homeless. And most homeless shelters will allow you to use their address. And if you've been homeless for 19 years, people know who you are. But of course, we want to say we don't have food stamps, we don't have Medicaid, we don't have any state services, because then people will be like, well, I don't have to give you money for food. Of course, Maggie's begging. Is she still begging for her birthday? Right, and people bought him a huge tent, and he's standing like outside of the tent, but the picture that I captured, I only show his face. But y'all check him out. That's his name and his The Sam Folk has a bunch of stuff on either side. I don't bother with that because I'm just not going to research what all of those things are. But don't take my word for. She wants 500. Okay, she'll get it. Unfortunately, do not take my word for it. That's why I put their name and their up there so you can go watch for yourself and see what you think. And if they're new to me, I'm sure they're new to other people. Other people have probably been watching him for a long time, because at 19 years, he's been doing this for a minute. Maggie, if Maggie wants something, she will be live constantly, especially with an amount like that. She'll be on constantly because she can get $30 out of one person. Okay, I forgot to say this, but what I would appreciate is every time I change a photo, if you would like the live until you feel the heart's tale and then take a break. I am trying to make sure that we get on the FYP today, as always. Correct. California's minimum wage is high in comparison, but the cost of living is higher. It's higher. Thank you. And if you're a member of the team, hit the Daily Heart Me. If not, stick around. And if you find that what I do brings value, join the team. Pennsylvania is $7.25. Yeah, again. And Pennsylvania isn't that cheap of a place to live either. So I don't know why. Let's see. let's get this one out the way. Come on. All right. I don't know why it's not letting me change. There we go. So, Patsy. Now, I told you guys the other day that the people who were in Patsy's live must be new because they're co-signing the stuff she says and it doesn't make sense. Allie Pop, she's not a scammer in the traditional sense, but she lies so much. She was a huge controversy in February. Her son was taken away. She was given a week to clean up her house, which like I said the other day, her house is clean. I mean, spotless now. Good for her. But she was reading her court documents and nitpicking things like, they said I was live for 24 hours. I've never been live for 24 hours. And like I described, no, it wasn't 24 hours straight. But she would get on, stay on, end it, come back. And that went on for like a week. Forget 24 hours. That went on for like a week. It was like she wasn't sleeping at all. And she was drinking, self-admitted, drinking like crazy. So she went away for a little while and then she came back, and this new crop of people are like, you're doing great and blah, blah, blah. And so she's reading the court documents, like I said, denying everything in the court documents, saying that people were basically conspiring against her. And they were like, I've never seen you on for 24 hours. I've never seen you do this. I've never seen you do that. And so I talked about it. And I said some of them must be new because they weren't there in February. Well, somebody decided to run back to her like people always do. And they said I was talking about her, and they said I was calling her names. Now, everybody knows I don't call anybody names. Like, I don't need to go to that level to talk about what I talk about, right? So she basically says she wants to talk to me, but I was blocked. And again, she's telling her audience she's not blocked. Well, if you go to Digital Expose, I posted where it says, I think it says account not found, but I'm clearly blocked. And then she ends the live and comes back, and suddenly I'm not blocked. Did she acknowledge that I was blocked? No. But I get in the box and I'm like, what's going on? She was like, someone said that you were talking about me and you were calling me names and blah, blah, blah. And so, of course, I set the record straight. First of all, I don't call anybody names. I don't find the need to do that. But you damn right I was talking about you, because I was talking about the fact that the people who are in your live now filling your head weren't there back in February, the end of January and February. They couldn't have been to side with you now. I said, we have to at least admit the truth and then we can move forward. But let's not try to rewrite history. Hey, Cass, let's not try to rewrite history. And I told them some of the things that happened during that time. Now, she's still back to saying, oh, my son is here. He's in his room playing his game. Stuff like that. They think that she's sober. I have no way of knowing. But I've definitely seen her sober, and I've definitely seen her when she was drinking. And there is a difference. So one of her mods came up, or two of her mods came up, and they were kind of setting the record straight that the person was the one who bought the water back and forth, and they've been blocked. Now, I'm sure they could be here on a burner, but you're not going to carry water and lie about what I say. Not going to happen. You want to go over there and say she was talking about you and she said X, Y, and Z? Cool. I don't care. I post it on YouTube. I say it out loud with my whole chest. So I don't care if you go and you tell somebody, oh, she was talking about you. But don't embellish it to make it sound worse. So one person was like, I was around back then and I can't really dispute with what you're saying. But then she came back and she was different. So I got back in her life. Okay, cool. And like I said to them, if she's doing better, I applaud her for doing so. I want to see her do well because her son deserves for her to do well. He deserves to live with his mother. But we're not going to lie about what has already happened. So I ask if there's any other questions, whatever. They say no, I leave. And she blocks me immediately. Okay, Patsy. No problem. Well, then apparently on Saturday night, she had some alcohol-fueled live on TikTok. And the same people that were like, Patsy, you're great, you're doing everything right, got to meet the alcohol-fueled Patsy. Now, I was live, so I didn't get to watch it myself. But then on Sunday, they were there talking about we can't have another night like last night. It literally was a wash, rinse, repeat to what happened in February. And I kind of chuckled a little bit because I was like, oh, now you met her? Now you've met her. And they literally were saying the exact same thing people were saying last time. She added a bunch of depressing things to her life story that I've never heard before. I'm not going to say that they're true or not, but she likes to add more things to the story that gives her the excuse for why she drinks. In my opinion, she doesn't need anything else from what she said originally. But I'm not going to repeat what she said because for what? But if they are true, I understand why she feels the need to numb herself, right? And I wrote down, my problem is that the stories change. She continues to drink, go live, acts a fool, and then pretends like it didn't happen. Like, I didn't do that. This didn't happen. She's still lying about her son. So at one point, she was like, we're going to go to Outback Steakhouse because she wanted a blooming onion. And they talked about the sauce and all of that, right? And she's like, my son should be here in 30 minutes. We're going to Outback. An hour later, she was still sitting on the live. Mo baby, he's not with her parents. He, according to her, it's a family friend. But before she was calling him an uncle. So I don't know, but he's not with her parents. Well, I'm going to get to that in a minute, Marie. I'm going to get to that in a minute. An hour later, somebody was like, no, some time later. So this was after the half hour had passed. Somebody asked, when is your son coming? And she was like, in the next hour. You don't see him like that. You have to go to court. And they're like, Patsy, doing this is going to mess up your court and blah, blah, blah. Y'all sound exactly like we did. Last time she didn't have a court date yet, but we were like, they took your son. Like, that should be the thing that wakes you up. And I told her, she sounded good for a while until that night she was lit with her brother. On the night before, she had to go pick up her grandfather from the hospital and, like, I think take him to rehab and then bring him home. And I'm like, you are drinking this heavily to have to get up in the morning and go get your grandfather? And she did it, which tells you that she and her body are accustomed to that amount of alcohol. Then she claims she has a husband on TikTok. I was about to take a sip of coffee, but let's not. Let's see. This is the man who she calls her husband. And she's like, I love you, baby. Are you going to call me later? And he's like, yeah, I'm going to call you. I love you too. I have my doubts. Let me just put it that way. Yeah, darkness is still around. Darkness is still around. I have my doubts, my dear. But that's who she's calling her husband. And what I wrote down was, I'm afraid that if this is a catfish or a scam, that is going to send her over the edge. I said it will send her spiraling again, and I pray that doesn't happen. That's the last thing I wrote. I pray that doesn't happen. Wait, she said, I highly doubt she's married to him. She also said she's going to Iraq to see him in 3 months. Christina, I mean, not Chris, I'm sorry, not Christina, Patsy, don't you think you need to worry about getting your child back? Like, our priorities seem to be off. Because where are you going? What are you going to do with your son when you go to Iraq? And you're not going to Iraq for the weekend. Right, Allie Pop. That's my fear. That's my fear. And she's not, like, coherent enough to realize that it's probably a catfish. I hope for her sake that it's not. I really do. And I hope it's not someone who's just trying to get over here. And then they get over here, they stay for about a year until they get their papers, and then they're out. And if you think people don't still do that, they still do that. So I'm worried for Patsy that she thinks that this relationship is real. She calls him her husband on live. He could, but this could also be a complete fake account. And I'm going to tell you why. Ooh, loud. I'm going to tell you why this could be a fake account. Because in one of the videos that I pulled up, it showed where the TikTok was actually from, and it was Ahmed, but they blurred the rest of the name out. He has 60 followers and he's following 110. You can see it right there. And why is his username a number? It's not even fake. What they do is they pull from the real Ahmed's page. I can't say one way or another if he's a catfish. But the so one thing with romance scammers is they focus on you exclusively, so they make you feel special. The other thing they do is they tell you they love you very, very quickly. So you mean to tell me that he's only been on TikTok a short amount of time and he's already telling a woman that he met that he loves her? Do you know how many I've been hit up by on my real account, let's say? They have a movie about something like that on Netflix. It's everywhere. TikTok, good morning. Not TikTok. YouTube has a show. It's like Catfish something. It's not the MTV show, but it's like real life. And every Wednesday they put out a new video with someone who they've helped show that the person wasn't real. The documents they sent weren't real. Who they say they isn't real. You had 10 this morning messaging you. Yeah, it's bad. They in Nigeria they're called Yahoo boys because back in the day they used to use Yahoo Messenger. And that's why they got called Yahoo boys. In Nigeria it's a job that they start training their nephews and sons early. And they start them early. Yep, Doc Compton does it. They start them early because they know in the beginning they're not going to be successful because they don't know how to cover up lies and stuff. But do you know that some of these people are talking to different people around the clock? Like it's a job for them. They clock in and they clock out. Oh, yeah. If you never watched her, what is her name? I think it's called Trafficked with Mariana something. And she did multiple shows about scams and romance scams. And she went to different parts of the world. Yeah, sometimes it's a call center. Mm-hmm. Or it'll be an internet cafe that they do it from. So I have my doubts about Ahmed. And not because he's not a real person. I have doubts that this is his real account. Because the moment you want to know what Patsy's at is? Okay, let me go back to her photo. Because she changed it up. But just so if anybody is new, understand that the reason why I put their name in their at is so that you can watch it yourself. You can see the chaos that I'm talking about yourself. Oh, yep, Trash Panda 590. That is her backup. She posted a video and said that that's what her backup is. That is it. Trash Panda 590. Correct. Thank you for that. So go watch the nonsense for yourself. And if she's still drinking, then I'm concerned about her son being there. Because remember back then she was telling us that her son was homeschooled. He wasn't. She allowed him to come on and curse at adults. She thought it was funny. She told everybody he wasn't gone, but then we heard her on a phone call crying to somebody about how they took her baby. I don't understand how somebody sits in her live. She's clearly lying because she said my son is coming in a half hour. Then it was within the hour. He never came. She never went to the restaurant, just like she did on Valentine's Day when we were all watching. She said the exact same thing, that they were going to the mall. She was describing the steak and all of that they were getting. She never left the house. Forget about seeing him. And they were doing the same thing. Oh, we love you. We just want to see you get better and blah, blah, blah. And that may sustain her for a minute. But if she finds out that Ahmed isn't real, that he's a catfish, stay out of the way. Stay out of the way. Yes, that was the night that she was with her brother, I believe, when she said that her son had passed away. Yep, Georgie, it was a mess. It was a mess. And I'm afraid we're about to repeat the same thing. Yeah, I really hope he's not a catfish. Yeah, she did. She said that. And then she tried to clean it up and say, not that son. You only have one son. No. He's staying with somebody she calls an uncle. Oh, that's sweet. I want a dog, but I want a cane corso. And Mister is like, no. She does have deep problems. She says she has a therapist. She was going to AA meetings online, which I don't care how you go. I don't care where you go in today's age, in today's technology. However you get there, get there. Correct. Still using. She called the last time I talked about her. Part of the reason why I talked about her was because she called her son on the live. He was on speaker, and the person was like, he's asleep. And she was like, can you just ask him if he wants to talk to me? And he comes to the phone and he's like, hi, mom. And she's like, hey, baby, do you want to come live with your mama? And he was like, yes. And she was like, say it louder. It was ridiculous. Okay, Vampry. It was a mess. That's what made me talk about her again. And I said that to her. I said, do not read your court documents. Do not call your son on live. It doesn't look good. I'm not just trying to bash her, but when I see things that I consider wrong for you, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you because that is not a good look. I think she goes to court this week or next week. And so if she does that, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? If they say we know you had him on TikTok asking him questions, she gonna get up there and say no, I didn't? Probably because I don't have enough, Bella. I think I have to get to a certain number before you can do that. Okay, let's move on. When I say MLA Red has the patience of a saint, this is who I was talking about. She was in her box for quite some time. All for One came in the box and talked about his link tree and how there are resources. There were other people in the box who knew exactly where she was and delineated resources for her, made suggestions to her, gave her specific places. One young lady later on, after Emily Red and All for One left, literally said that she had contact with people in their area, names and telephone numbers for people who may consider hiring them, and she didn't call. And she didn't call. So let me go back. She is on, and I can't remember, I think it's a sticker, but it's $30 for the hotel. Now, I believe she lives in either not Savannah. I don't know if it's North Carolina or South Carolina, because that seemed to go back and forth. People know where she is, though. Like, they know where she actually is. Okay. And so let me give you a little bit of background. She says that as a child, she received SSI and she was trying to get it again. Apparently, she was denied the first one. She says something about having another meeting, but when she got there, the place was closed. I honestly don't know. What she needs is a disability attorney. And I have a great one for her. If anybody talks to her, it's Bender and Bender. They are nationwide. That's all that they do, and they know how to help you. But for some reason, her mother, according to her, let it lapse. She has 3 living children. She only has in her custody 2, because the child that has some sort of physical or mental deficiency, she gave to her sister. Oh, I'm sorry, Allie Pop. So you gave the one that you didn't think you could take care of to your sister. Okay, cool. She said that that baby is 7 months old. And she's pregnant again. She's pregnant again with her 4th child. She says that it's a girl. And I think she's like 5 months pregnant. And now she's going to look for a job. Now, last week, she said she had an interview with Walmart on Friday and that if she gets the job, she should be starting soon. I asked her, did you go to the Walmart interview? She just ignored it. Everybody liked the live because I changed the photo, please. I can't lie. I'm old enough to be her mother. And I'm disappointed. Right, 5 months and due in December. Yes. What he told her she can't go to school. Now, this is the other okey doke. There are multiple men around. I don't know why TikTok makes me do that um puzzle piece when I'm always, it's about an hour or an hour and a half. The Jamaican man last night. Well, the dude during the day wasn't Jamaican. But she did call a man on the phone while the other guy was there and asked him if he was coming over. And the guy who was there yesterday, yesterday, that she was going back and forth with, not yesterday, I'm sorry, day before yesterday, because then she was talking about how her family don't like him, how she's not going to deal with him anymore. It was one of her baby daddies. And people were like, he's back after you said all of that? And she was like, that's not the same guy. That's my other baby daddy. Mind you, she also said that she wants to go stay with family. And I said she's not going because he can't go with her. And she was like, yeah, he can't go with me. He's a grown man. Get your kids in a safe situation. He can figure it out. What I also don't understand is how the landlord has let this go on this long. Because if she isn't paying her water bill, she isn't paying her light bill, am I surprised if the rent isn't getting paid as well? And this is the other problem with her. She lies straight out. When she first came to my attention, her family worked in social services. Her mother owned the home she was living in. And when moment she said that, I was like, red flag on the play. There is no way a grandmother owns a home, is allowing her daughter and her grandchildren to live there for however long without electricity and water. Even if she doesn't do it for her, she would do it for her grandchildren. She owes 4K. I thought it was 2K. And then she applied for something and they were like, well, you got to pay 600 and we'll pay the rest. And she was mad about it. She literally wants someone to eat the entire amount. This is the problem with that. And this is why companies don't do that. Because, okay, so I eat the whole bill and guess what's going to happen? You're not going to pay it again until it gets to 2,000. That was yesterday she called her mom. And her mom was like, no, I don't have $1,000. And she was also upset that she was online begging. And she was like, my mother didn't know I was on TikTok. She don't do TikTok. She don't like that, blah, blah, blah. So why'd you do it? So that people would feel sorry for you that your mother isn't covering your bills? And a lot of people might have missed this, but because I write things down, I keep track. She said when she was in a hotel one day she was in a hotel, she was eating, the kids were eating, and she was popping her collar. She was like, I already have the money when I'm asking y'all. Oh, okay. I'm going to remember that. So when you get on here and you beg, you what? Have the money already? So you're laughing in everybody's faces? Yeah, she said that because she just started going to the hotel like a week or two ago. She's another one that you don't know if what she's saying is the truth or a lie. You just don't know. Because the story changes so much. And so you have two baby daddies, and you're calling somebody else asking if they're coming to see you? You got time for that though, but you don't have any patience for your children. Your little boy barely says two words. And she says, I think he has a problem. So go get him checked out. No. Kim's eviction has been postponed to this Thursday again. I don't know why she keeps getting postponements, but no. And a lot of people believe that someone told her she had to get off social media. Yeah, the 2-year old is nonverbal. And so he cries to express what it is that he wants. And the men that have been there have all just yelled at him. And it's because they have no skills with regards to a special needs child. They just think that he's bad, that he's whiny, that he's being a big baby. They don't have the skills to deal with a special needs child. To all of her children, or I should say to both of them. And so if this child happens to have a deficiency, you going to give your daughter up too? Because it's too much for you? If it's not that he's labeled nonverbal, he never says a word. And some of us have listened for a long time. He only cries. Now, I'm not giving him a medical diagnosis. I'm saying he doesn't say a word. And then she said that when he goes to school, he doesn't engage with the teacher. He doesn't engage with the other children. He stays off to himself. Even when they talk to him, he says nothing. Now, I have a grandson who's been diagnosed with autism. Some of those behaviors were similar. But I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not in a position to give him an official diagnosis, not by any means. But I feel bad for the children, and she needs to be placed in a situation where she can be educated about how to deal with her children. Oh, I saw that. You can take that down. I just chose not to address it. So I'm hoping that she says she has a worker. Good morning, Hope. And I'm hoping that they recognize it and they do something about it. If not them, then the teacher. That's what I'm hoping for. But she certainly doesn't need any more children, because the only thing that's going to do is complicate things. It's going to make things harder. I don't know that he's in daycare, but she said she takes him to something. Okay. Okay, Omi. Send me a DM. Don't worry about her. Because the more you go back and forth, the more she's going to have stuff to say. So don't worry about it. Ooh. Bella, listen. I can't tell the truth from the lie sometimes. Oh, he's in speech therapy. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully they recognize it. Now, I don't even think they test before 2. I don't think they test before 2. So maybe now that he's 2, oh, he's 18 months. Okay. She said 2 yesterday. You're an inclusive provider. Oh, okay. Look at you. Oh, they tested 18 months. Okay, cool. Hopefully, he will end up in a situation where he gets tested, and then, like for instance, in Connecticut, we used a state resource called Birth to 3. I know that they're named different things in different states, but Birth to 3 came out and they worked with my grandson. And sometimes he did not want to work with them. He would cry to come back to me. And so that sometimes I would literally have to sit out there and be like, it's okay, it's okay. We're going to do the things. So hopefully that's going to happen. But having another baby, and she's like, I'm going to get a job. Now, things may have changed. Let me put it that way. But I remember a time where if you were pregnant, don't bother to apply. They weren't going to hire you. Because they hire you, and then within a matter of weeks, months, whatever, you're out on maternity leave. And if you're there so let's say you're there past 90 days, which is the normal probationary period, now you're on their insurance. Now you become their responsibility. She's already talking about, I don't know why I have Bolo up there. I needed to take that down. But goodness, I lost my train of thought. So, what company is going to take you on when they already know you're going to leave and you might be gone 1, 2, 3 months? Now, they can't ask you about it, but if they know it, some companies may hire you. Walmart might even hire you because half of the employees on Walmart still qualify for Medicaid. But think about the amount of training that goes into it. I used to be, if you got a job and you were pregnant, the insurance doesn't cover it pre-existing. That's true too. That is true too. But times have changed. And my thing is this though, she has 3 grown men around her. She said none of the men pay child support. And the guy yesterday was like, she's concerned with where I'm going to stay because she wants to keep me out of trouble. And I believe it was All for One that was like, you're a grown man. Why does she have to keep you out of trouble? The dads are around and they do nothing. She has them around. They come around. And while she has 1 man in 1 room, and it honestly sounded like he was playing video games, but she said he was yelling at people online. I don't know what that means. It sounded like he was playing video games, but I don't know. He could just be watching videos and going off. Big's wife, you were in her box yesterday. Were you the one that offered her the telephone numbers to jobs and she didn't call? I can't remember who said that yesterday. But he's in the back room yelling, screaming at whatever he was watching or whatever he was doing. Oh, please come up, Big's wife. Please come up. Please come up and explain the things that you offered her yesterday. If you want to. If you don't want to, it's okay. But he's back there yelling, screaming, hooping, and hollering at whatever he was yelling, screaming, and hooping and hollering at. Did you go get a job? Oh, wait. Okay, let me see. I sent you an invitation. Oh, okay, there you go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hold on. Ryan, what did you ask? I'm sorry I didn't see it. I'm not always paying attention to the chat. He wanted $10? Crazy. Okay, Big's wife. Can you
Yes.
tell them
Good
about what
morning.
you offered to her? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Yes, I am familiar with the city she lives in, and she kept saying that it's a plant, Smithfield Packing. She said she wanted to go back to work out there, so I'm assuming she worked out there before, and they pay very well. I told her my sister-in-law is a supervisor out there, and if she were to, apply, I would give my sister-in-law her information and have her call her so she could bring her on. And I even said it for the boyfriend too. I told her about job opportunities on Fort Bragg they have, and seems like for the level of education she has, I offered her, they have jobs at the commissary where she could bag groceries and take the groceries to the cars for customers. She wasn't interested. And it was one more job. Oh, Cape Fear Valley Hospital is hiring, and I know supervisors there as well. But it just seems that she wasn't interested in getting a job.
At all. And you handed her like three jobs that she could go do and apply for immediately. And instead of getting off and doing that, she continued to lay on that same couch
Yes.
for, I'm going to say, at least an hour, hour and a half after you left.
Yes,
Just
unbothered.
completely unbothered with a whole nother baby on the way. And
But
she's like, I need clothes for the baby. I need stuff
okay,
for the baby.
with her baby situation, digital, I don't believe it because she said that she's 5 months pregnant and that she's due in December. And that's just no way physically possible. That the numbers don't add up. The math ain't math. And so I really think she's just throwing that pregnancy on there to try to, for sympathy. Because there's no way she's pregnant 5 months and due December. The 30th is what she said.
What?
Yes, she
I
did.
didn't even make the calculation. I just, who needs to lie about being pregnant? Like,
I think she wants the sympathy. Maybe if her lights are off and they don't have any food and she's pregnant, it makes it look a more dire situation. But she can't keep her lives together.
right, exactly. And like I said, like a week and a half ago, she was in the hotel. Like, when I ask y'all for the money, I already have it.
Mm,
You can only say that once to me,
right.
and then I'm gonna recognize it as a scam. And people honestly were like, "This is a scam. This is a scam." Like, people have tried. People were talking to her. She put the phone down. She put the phone on
Mm-hmm.
mute. She walked
Mm-hmm.
away. while people were
Mhm.
literally trying to help her.
Yep.
She tries to act like she lives in a little hick town. She does not.
He does not. Fayetteville, North Carolina is not a little hick town. And Cumberland County Social Services has many, 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 many ways they can help her. Lots of resources. I have too many family members that have taken advantage of their resources. That's why I know she's lying.
The other thing is when she called her mother was like, "You got $5,000," which I'm assuming was her tax return.
I
And the
don't
mother was like, "Why didn't you pay the electric bill?" And she said something about paying her. She got a car. I know that because she said she was tired of walking.
know.
And she said that she had tickets and she needed to pay them to get back on the road. I thought I wrote that down somewhere. Oh yeah, I sure did. She had $800 in tickets that she had to pay so that she could get back on the road. That's one of the things she said. But her mother was like, "Why didn't you pay the electric bill? At least pay some of it."
Right, right. She did say she had somewhere that she said, oh, her light bill is 2,000. She said she had somewhere that if she paid 600, they would pay the other 1,400. So that's more than half of what the bill is that they're offering to pay, and she just needs to get the 600. Get the 600.
Right. I said that a few minutes ago, and I said, no, she wants someone to pay the whole thing. But the reason why companies don't do that anymore, or agencies, is because they realize if they pay the whole thing once, they're going to be right back again, needing to pay it again because they don't feel the need to pay. There's an agency that'll pay it all. They're
Mhm.
trying to see your effort.
And so many people offered her resources. Shop Frazier offered her resources. How I first found out about her, she was on one night, and Shop Frazier and I were gonna pay a hotel room for her, but we wanted to pay directly to the hotel, and she wanted the cash. So that's where, right then and there, the light bulbs went off. But every day it's a different story. She says she's going to Myrtle Beach. She has an oceanfront room, and
Yep.
she do this. She's gonna go to Miami, which I think all these are stories in her head. Cause if you listen to her talk, she is living in fantasy land.
Right. Yeah, I remember that because she was like, she's going to Black Bikers Week.
Mm-hmm.
She claims
Mm-hmm.
that she paid it a long time ago, and that's
Right.
why she's going. And I'm like, well, then who are going to keep your kids? Because if they're going to keep your kids so that you could go party when you don't have lights and water,
Right.
I'm still concerned about who the landlord is. Because she originally told us that her mother owned the home. And I'm sorry, your mother isn't going to allow your children to live in a home.
No. Yep. I don't believe it. And then
No
she said her whole family works for
social.
DSS, Social
Yep.
Services. She said her mom has a G Wagon and this kind of car and that kind of car and this kind of house. But I've been around people like this. They brag about things they wish they had. It's just all made up fantasy. You know, I think this girl really has a mental issue.
Me too. Me too.
And whoever the guys that are dealing with her are taking advantage of her and her mental issue, because the boyfriend yesterday, he sounds like he has plenty of sense. Like I told him, I said, you sound like you have street sense and book sense. So why aren't you going? You can do labor ready. They pay every day. You go stand on the corner and they pick all the guys up. They take them out and they work all day, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours, and they pay them that same day. He can go to Plasma Center. It's so many different things. Fayetteville, North Carolina is a city of hustlers. Everybody is hustling, trying to make some money. So for her to say it's no resources and no money in her town, she's just a big liar.
Correct. Correct. And I'm so glad that you came up and confirmed.
Thank you for having me up.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, and keep doing what you're doing because we got to keep a spotlight on them.
Correct. I appreciate you saying that. And thank you for being willing to offer her resources, like literally coming through for her,
Right,
so that it proves that that's not really what she wants. She
right,
wants the money.
right. And
And
even
that's
if
what
she
she
would have
wants.
called me today, well, not call me because she didn't have my number, but message me today, I would still do exactly what I said. I would still contact who I needed to contact for her for a job, because at the end of the day, we all needed a steady income coming in.
Especially in this economy.
Right.
Well, thank you so much. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
All righty.
You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Okay, so Ryan, I saved your comment so that, oh no, it moved it. Okay, so I saw your comment, Ryan, and you said that your wife is being tortured by a fake account named Matilda after she asked for help. So let me say a couple of things. I am not Matilda, and I'm not responsible for Matilda and what Matilda does. I have no control. I can't tell Matilda to stop. None of that. I don't know who your wife is. I don't know what help she asked for, but he's asking for $1,700 electric bill. Yo, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Why would you let your electric bill get to $1,700? But there are resources available to assist. No, no box. No box because I don't know anything about that. Like I don't know who they are, what they do. I have no control over um what Matilda does. So I can't speak for them. I can't say whether they're right or wrong or whatever. He said I was in her live last night. If I was, it wasn't for very long because I didn't take any notes last night. I was I did my Sunday night whatever, and so I honestly, if I was there, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know, but I didn't take any notes, so I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. Okay, so let me see. Oh, let me just get this out the way. Hold on. Let me find my notes, because Lord knows I have some. So, if you guys haven't heard, TikTok is coming out with an update on May the 20th. People have read it. I haven't. I will absolutely admit that. I have not read it myself. But based on what some of the people who have read it have said, including All for One, because he talked about it yesterday, begging, if you're monetized, it's over with. And there's some suggestion that they're going to stop begging on this app altogether. And I would absolutely love that. Now, are people going to find a way around it? Yes. Which is why I'm like, well, I'll still be around because they're just going to find a creative way to get around TikTok rules, right? like when they couldn't say apps of cash and her cousins, so they would say CA, VMO, PP. They got around it, right? They'll get around it. But there's also going to be no monetization for rage bait. And I told y'all when I talked about her weeks ago that my problem with her isn't the videos that she does necessarily. It bothers me that she doesn't indicate that it's rage bait or that it's satire. And my second problem is that she always uses somebody who's like in a worse circumstance than her. People who are on state assistance, people who have actual issues. Why don't you talk about, like, and I said this before, about PTA meetings or about, like, she lies about her, like her man having other children. The other thing that she says that she is actively doing is she created a fake account for her boyfriend slash husband, because one day she calls him husband, one time she calls him boyfriend, so I don't really know. But she created a fake account to lure him, and that he's sending her money, and she's mad that he's sending her their money, like part of her TikTok money, and so that at this point she has saved $600. That they live like roommates. Girl. And she said that she's not gonna leave because she doesn't want to break up her family. So then why do it? And if you're going to do it, why are you telling us? And because she rage baits, people are like, is that really true or not? And she's like, that's 100% true. Who could believe you? Who could believe you? So I don't know. She's been getting a lot of flack because, and I didn't know this until recently. So there was a woman who came on and talked about how a little girl knocked on her door from the neighborhood and was like, can you invite me to dinner? And she's like, why is this little girl asking me? And she said, well, my mom says I can't ask for food, but if somebody invites me for dinner, I can stay. So of course she takes pity. She brings the girl in. She puts on a bathing suit, I think, lets them play outside in the little kiddie pool. She gives them a bath. She feeds her dinner. She lets her hang out for a while. She goes and eventually talks to the mother, finds out information, and the little girl is at her house all of the time. And I think the woman was trying to reach out to see if there were resources she could help with, blah, blah, blah. Because she didn't want to just call DCF, right? Or children's services, however they're labeled. Like, she didn't want the little girl to be taken away from her mother, but is there resources? Is there help she could get for her? And people started sending the lady gifts for the little girl. What did Mama C do? Mama C did a video claiming to be the mother and going off. That wasn't a hypothetical situation. That wasn't rage bait by the other woman and you just carried it on. You took a real little girl's set of circumstances and made a rage bait TikTok and made money off of it about a real little girl in distress. That's deplorable to me. And when she stops liking the comments, because people drag her in her comments constantly. When she didn't like it, what she does is she's like, is it time? Is it time? She cuts the comments off and asks for like 10, 20,000 likes. And she's like, when you get, I'm going to give you guys 6 minutes. I think, because now she's going live all day, every day, that she realized that her rage baiting days are over, and now she's trying to switch to going live, and she thinks it's all funny. What am I seeing, Mama Bear? Okay, I'll write it down. I don't remember seeing that yesterday. I'll be honest. But I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Wow, 304 at the end? That's interesting. That is interesting. By the way, these aren't her names anymore. I should have changed it. It's Shiloh Hendricks and Mama Shiloh. And I don't know if she did that because she's trying not to get hate. Yeah, the 304 is crazy. And then she said that the trolls were lazy. Either tap or gift. Or keep working so she can keep getting her welfare benefits. That's just rude. And then she calls herself a mental health advocate. And I did a big question mark. Where? What about you is a mental health advocate? Or did it just look good to be in your profile? Because, in my opinion, you do the opposite of helping people's mental health. And it's funny because people are like, oh, I think you're so funny, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because you're not in that situation. So it's easy to laugh at people who you think are below you. Right. What is it? Rockin' Robin. That's cute. Um, yeah, she just says stuff and it gets people all riled up. And people are like, how could you take money from your kids and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, what's wrong with these people? Don't they see that it's satire? No. She's like, I put satire in the comment section. Who's looking in the little comment section? I remember the one where she claimed that she went to McDonald's and got her kids McDonald's and not her stepkids, because why is that her responsibility? And that had people all up in arms. Her new at, I apologize, it's Shiloh.Hendricks. And the at is mama underscore Shiloh, SHILOH.XO. Yep, there you go. Thank you, Willow. That's it. Shiloh Hendricks. That's the new name she's going under. Why you changed your name, boo? And I said, you probably give people who are really in these situations PTSD, but you're a mental health advocate. I said, you only care about your own mental health, but better yet, you only care about your wallet. And the woman who I'm talking about, her name is not the real Amy Schumer. She was the one that was talking about her neighbor. That's the account. Not the real Amy Schumer. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay, it's 8:07. I done did so much talking, I don't even know who I've done and who I haven't done. Hold on, guys. Let's see. Oh, wait. I know somebody I'm going to do real quick. I'm going to keep talking about her in the sense that we haven't hit rock bottom. I took a picture of her last night, but it wasn't a clear enough picture. She literally has a bruise under her. I can't tell how she did her camera, but it's under her eye. Clearly. And she's like, what are you talking about? We can clearly see a bruise. Also notice she is getting money. Yes, please tap. I changed the photo. No, she's not hit her rock bottom. Because when you hit your rock bottom, your true rock bottom, and you know that there's a place that will take you in and take care of you, and you wouldn't have to worry about sleeping in a chair, sitting up. You'd have food prepared for you. You would go. I agree. If she, and I said that to her when she was doing those Discord lives with Kim, that is what I said to her. I said, if you, because that was when she claimed she was going and Kim was looking up places for her to go, rattle. Because my attention was on Kim, not Lisa. But I said to Lisa, if you go, your comeback story will be so amazing. My problem was Kim. And so I addressed Kim. Yes, I heard that, CJ. I didn't see it for myself, but I heard that. She said someone stole her pipe. I think I saw that from the gentleman who he does satire of her, and he said that last night. And then while she was also on last night, somebody stepped to her with a blicky, dressed in all black, and she said it scared her. And then the next thing you know, I heard a pop. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. We about to get there though, Sherry. You know we are. I heard a pop. And she was like, oh my God, somebody just got shot. And she took off. Y'all have to understand that in neighborhoods where rugs are flying rampant, violence follows. Violence follows. Kim has deactivated her pages for now. She'll be back though. You thought it was a tire? It could have been. But she said it was a pew. And she got up. That ankle wasn't hurting last night because she was moving quick. It was a tire? Okay. Like I said, I wasn't paying close enough to determine that, but I heard the pop. So I was like, oh, wow. Okay. But of course, she's going to use everything to seem like being in the worst situation possible. Now, let's keep it a buck. She knows we've seen the photo of her in the house, right? So she knows that we know that she's in that house. Why hasn't she gone live from in there? And all of a sudden, the dude that was letting her stay there and shower and all of that stuff, now he wants money? Because he knows you're getting money on the internet. No, not that house. Not that house. Did I see Mexican woman got pew-pewed on her live? I did hear about that, Missy Muffy. I did hear about a very popular woman in Mexico. She was just sitting there and they came in. I did see that story. I certainly did. So let me see. What can I pull up? I'm going to pull this photo up for a second because I want to talk about something real quick that I talked about yesterday. So some of you may have been around Saturday night after my Digital After Dark, where I went into a live and was supposed to be getting addressed. The person has an issue with the way I do what they call awareness. Now, everybody knows I stopped claiming awareness months ago, but I stopped claiming it under the understanding that so much junk was going on between awareness groups, so much backstabbing and arguing and fighting over supremacy. I said, I want nothing to do with it. I don't want anything to do with being a part of any crew. I consider myself an independent player. And that's why I played the song Freedom today, because once I felt unshackled by what other people thought it should be, I said, I'm going to do it my way. And that's why TikTok gives everybody their own account, because we could do it the way that we want. Now, I was accused of no longer claiming awareness because I'm making money now. Where am I making money? I show y'all that I donate the money. So where this money grab is coming from is insane to me. So for those of you who might not be aware, when you get to a certain number of subscribers and you go live, and I've said this multiple times, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that TikTok encourages you to do. It's almost like a little TikTok university. There are contests that they want you to be a part of, all in an effort to get money. It's not my bag. It's not what I'm about. I go live for 9 hours a week if I go every day. I know I haven't been going Fridays, but that's about to change. So I, on average, will do 9 hours a week. Sometimes it's 6, sometimes it's more than 9. And the only thing I ask for is the daily heart me and the likes. And I do that because I'm trying to get on the FYP, because while a lot of you guys are here and you're regulars and you watch for yourself and you can confirm what I say or tell me I got it wrong and correct me, the goal is to hit people who aren't aware, who don't know, who might be new to TikTok, who may have been scammed by somebody and they're looking for community. That's why I want to get on the FYP. It's not for popularity. And y'all know, I don't care what the ending number is. I'm never like, okay, guys, we're at 20,000. Let's get to 30,000 likes. That's not my bag. I just ask you to fill the heart's tail when I change the photo. And if you don't click anymore, that is fine by me. The goal is to get on the FYP. So I went through some training and ended up with subscribers, or with the option to have subscribers. Let me put it that way first. And I never mentioned it. I didn't even realize there was a box for you to click because I didn't turn it on. TikTok did. But okay, we're past that now. It did. Some people subscribed, and I felt obligated to give them something for that. So on Sunday nights at 7 p.m., for 30 minutes, it was even less last night, to just talk. They want to ask me questions. They want to give me advice. They want to correct me about things. They want to tell me about scammers. We talked about how Digital After Dark went, whatever. And I also asked them for suggestions on where they wanted the money donated, because it's their money. I've even posted some of them. And so this person decided that because I do that, that I make awareness look bad. That's fine. And that's what I said to her. What I didn't appreciate is them calling into question my integrity. That I don't provide receipts, I don't show videos. That's not how I decided to do my program. And I said, so I have to do it the way you do it because you said so? Yes, I did, Bella. That was the last one. I did Feeding America, Hydrocephalus, and I did the airline honors for veterans. And next month, there'll be a new one. I don't do any awareness there. Or if I say something about somebody there, I will come back on Monday and say the same thing. No one should feel like they need to subscribe. No one. There's nothing special happening. I answer questions here. I answer questions in my DM, even though my DM is out of control. I chose to watch the scammers myself, talk about what they say out of their mouths, find the lie, find the consistency so that other people can see people live and be like, this don't seem right. I want your spidey senses to start going off. Now, other people stream people. I don't do that. Other people show 3 million receipts. I don't do that. But what I can say is that if other people have watched the lives I've watched, they could concur that what I say is accurate. Now, have I ever gotten it wrong? Yes. Hold on, tell the truth. Have I gotten it wrong? Of course I have. I'm an imperfect human being. I don't mind getting it wrong. Because if I get it wrong and someone in here corrects me or I get a DM later, I can always come back and say, hey guys, I got such and such wrong. This is the correct information. Make sure you have it. Make sure you have it. I also post the name and the @ so that people can go watch for themselves. But the idea that I listen to other people and then I regurgitate what they say is laughable. I don't stay in anybody's life long enough to pick up what they're talking about the person. Now, have I learned things about people from other people? Of course I have. Of course I have. I started learning based on watching other people. But think about this. I talk about 9 people Monday, 9 people Wednesday, and 6 people on Friday, and I do digital after dark once a month. I don't have enough time to stay in somebody's life for hours and do what I do. I might go in, gift a bunch of people, say hey. I might even jump in the box and say a couple of things. And when I jump out the box, 9 times out of 10, I leave. Because I'm looking for a scammer to talk about. Thank you, Luna Louise. So I'm going to explain that in a second, truth be told. So of course, they ended up cursing at me. And then someone came up and seconded the curse. And I just said, how childish. Like, to me, when someone has to go to cursing, it is, you don't have nothing better to say. I'll explain it in a minute. I just used it as a background because I didn't create a background for this. But I'm going to talk about it in a minute. So I decided when I was going live and I was going to take it seriously that I was going to run my platform how I wanted to run it. And I was going to be different from everybody else because I was just being me. And yes, all the receipts are great. All of the, I looked up their Cash App and this is what it says, or I looked up their housing information and that's all great. And I don't begrudge anybody from doing it that way. I just choose to listen, report what I see and hear, add my commentary. And most people who have been in the same live can concur with what I say. I write it down for a reason. You said, please don't do screenshots. I just chose not to run my program that way. And as I said to her, we are going to have to agree to disagree. And that's fine. And she's like, you're not going to lose any sleep. I'm not going to lose any sleep. Facts. But don't call my integrity into question. Don't do it. Because I have no reason to get up here and lie to y'all. None whatsoever. If every single subscription went away, nothing else would change. I'd still be here nine hours a week. You rather listen to my accent? Thank you. Of course. I just want to add one thing. After I got out of the box, I stuck around for a little while, and the person who came for me said that they had been drinking. Had I known that, I wouldn't have engaged at all. And not because I don't think she said something that she wouldn't have already said, but why would I debate with someone who self-admitted to being inebriated? Like, why? I wouldn't have given it a time of day. But I promise you this. I have tried to be the least drama possible. There was a moment in time where I didn't even have any mods. And I said it to them. I said, I find it very interesting when I didn't have a lot of people in my life, when I wasn't what you would call like rising in the community. Y'all didn't have nothing to say. Not a single word. But now it's a problem. And also let me say, there are African American female content creators that do what they call awareness, but primarily of Black scammers. So like Maggie, etc. They have subs, they have gifts. I've never heard them get called out. Not by anybody. But me, yes. So don't worry, the picture is just a background for a special that I'm about to do. So that's why I used this photo. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. As long as I think and you guys think that I'm bringing value to the conversation, I'm going to continue. When the scammers go away, I'll go away. I am not ever going to become an affiliate marketer. I don't have a side business that I'm going to start promoting. If that was the case, I would have just done it on my regular account. But I don't even have those things. So I'm not trying to gain a bunch of followers so that I can flip and start selling y'all stuff. Because not the one asked me if that's what I was going to do. And I was like, what? Now I realize that there are people who have come to this, and I said it, who have come to this community to get a following so that they can switch and do something else. That's never not going to be me. That's never going to be me. I'm not going to sell you anything. I'm not going to tell you what to buy on TikTok. I don't have a side business that I'm going to start DMing you about. None of it. I told y'all this is a passion project for me. And I spend way too many hours to have my integrity called into question. And like I said, if people are going to be butthurt over a 30-minute sub live, when I give, I'll say for the last 6 weeks, I've given 6 hours. To me, it doesn't equate. Okay, yep, I see it. I'm gonna get to it. I just want to finish what I want to say, and then I'll allow other people to come up. So I'm not gonna not box them. I am. I just want to get everything out first. So if the 6 to 9 hours that I give isn't sufficient for other people, I can't help you. I can't help you. Oh, okay, Georgie. So that's all I'm gonna say. I have decided that I'm not going in any more boxes defending myself because it was obvious that people don't watch me. Because if you did, you would know what I do, how I do it, and how accurate I try to be. Thank you. So I'm not going to defend myself. I don't ask anybody else to defend me. If they want to talk about me, be my guest. Okay, I'm going to go in the order. Hey, tell the truth. You there?
Good morning, Digital. How are
Good
you?
morning. How are you?
I've been watching you from the beginning, and I have to say, you are the most transparent person on this whole app. I have never known you to scam anybody, deceive anybody, not tell the truth. You are an amazing person, and if I lived in Florida, we would be friends.
Facts.
I think you are doing a wonderful job. I was in that live. I'm in everybody's live. I see everything. She came to you and said F you,
Yep.
so classy, but they are, I guess they're trying to say they're old school. Um, they've been doing this for 4 years. And I got the opinion that they were a little frustrated with all the new awareness people.
Yes.
And I didn't understand why, because, everybody's trying to get the same goal, and that's to make people aware of people scamming and lying. She was really butthurt, as you would call it, to hear. I mean, she even admitted she hasn't even been in your lives,
Right.
and so everything she said, I was just getting pissed. I'm like, you don't know this woman at all.
And then she called out a bunch of other people she didn't like. And it
Yeah.
was like, why does who you like matter? And then to have somebody come up and say, I second that F you, I don't even know who you are. Like, why do you saying F you to me matter at all? Did it make you feel better to say it? I hope
Well,
so.
and I love how you don't swear every other word. Every other word was the F word out of her mouth. It was vile. And
Yeah.
your commentary is so clean. You're educated, and you handled yourself so well again. I've seen you in 3 or 4 lives where people just don't know you, and you have handled yourself with grace. And that's all I wanted to say. I think these 400 people in here love you. When you were in that other live, there was 38 people in that live with 6 people on the boxes, and when you got in there, there was 200. So people like to hear what you say.
Yeah. I hope
For
so.
older awareness people to be jealous of new awareness people and their success is very disturbing to me, because we all want to do the same thing. So that's all I have to say. I got to put my 2 cents in.
Yep. Thank you.
I will drop down.
Okay.
No, you're loved.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you coming on a regular basis and support me. And I really appreciate it.
I get up at 5:25. I would never be late.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. Hey, Scammy.
Good morning. How are you?
You were on the hated list.
Oh, I'm sure I was. Um, that I'm not even going to call her a woman. That person, okay. She wants to talk about integrity. She wants to talk about your integrity. All you've got to look at this to understand what she's all about. How many times did she have to ditch TikTok for months because her integrity was called into question?
Oh, wow. I didn't even know.
Oh, yeah. I've counted at least two since I've been on here, and I've been on here for a year and a half. Okay. She can call out people with integrity as much as she wants. One of the things that I have been calling out people for is the hypocrisy of what they say and what they've done. She is one of those people that is such a hypocrite. She is, to back up what was just said. There's all these people that flex that they've been doing. They've been on this app for so many years doing awareness. And you notice she's not doing awareness on beggars anymore.
Honestly, I don't even know her. Like,
Yeah. Well, the
I'm going in
only
and gifted her, but I don't really know her.
no, she's not doing awareness on beggars anymore. She's decided that, she's going to start going after people who she doesn't like in awareness, that she doesn't agree with. That's it. I mean, she's more of just a T page now. She used to have a lot of support. She unfortunately just comes off now as a very angry person. I don't watch her at all. Um, have I supported her? Yeah, I supported her when Petty went after her and posted some pictures that were given to him by somebody. I didn't think that was right, and I supported her on that because it was wrong.
Right.
I stood by her for that.
Hold on, Scammy. We're talking about somebody named Samantha. I don't know her at nothing, and people call her Sam.
Well, I'll tell her what. Her name is Samantha. Nowhere to go, nowhere to be, nothing to talk about. I don't know. Add anything you want after that because it's your platform, and I can tell Samantha where she needs to go, but it's not going to be nice. So it's just I'm so tired. I'm so tired of these people. And it goes along with Mr. Seven Up can, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
These people believe that you have to live by what their standards are. And if you're not living up to their standards or what they think is right and wrong, then you're wrong.
Right.
And it's their philosophy of what they do and why they feel that what their opinion is should be the opinion of others is something on this app that I will never understand. But all I can say is this, as I said, she wants to talk about integrity. All I can say is you're not the one who's gotten off the app a couple times because the heat was on you for something.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm a grown woman, and that's what I tried to get her to understand. You can have your opinion about me. I'm okay with that.
I was listening to her talk about you. I was on the outside because I don't give these people any views at all because they don't deserve it. They don't, they just don't. They don't deserve an extra body being in there. you know, it's just, it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me the audacity that these people have. Um, I heard her saying, well, something along the lines, oh, well, she doesn't show receipts. And, she said something like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't trust people who just write things down in a notebook. I think it was
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
Um, and she says she never shows receipts. So you're going to show a receipt of something that somebody said online. I mean, okay. Do you realize how many receipts that people would have to show? When you mention that, like, so and so said in their live that they were going to blah 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 blah. Really, you need a receipt for that? Come on now.
But here's the other thing. So many people are already recording these lives that they could see on YouTube. Why would I bother to start doing that?
Yeah, well, you know, as I said, there are a lot of people that have been doing this for a long time on TikTok. They've been in this awareness and all that. How many of them are still doing awareness? I
Mm.
mean, there's a couple, I'm sure, but it's disappointing. It's disappointing to see what's been going on this app. When the bottom line is what you're doing, what I'm doing is calling out people for begging for money on this app. You're trying to educate people on why you shouldn't send money to people that are begging on this app, and how somebody can have a problem with that is just amazing to me. It's almost like they're sticking up for these beggars by trying to discredit a host that is bringing awareness. And I'll never understand that.
And
I
that's
won't
the thing
understand
that
that.
got me. I was like, so now what you've done is you've created a narrative. A, that's not true, but you've created a narrative for the scammers to be able to say, well, she doesn't do anything, any real work. She just listens to other people and says stuff. Like,
Right,
why would you create that narrative?
right. And,
But
there's a lot, there's a lot that I can say about that young lady from Canada. I have a lot of information that I was given about her. I know what she's all about. I know the stuff that she's done on this app. I know the stuff that's happened with her behind the scenes in some situations. I'm not going to put it out there because it's just not worth it to me. But the more you find out about people like her, the more you realize that there probably shouldn't be. She probably shouldn't be calling out people for what she says is wrong, and for what she says is that doesn't live up to her standards. Let's just put
right.
it. So listen, you keep doing what you're doing. As somebody. So listen, you keep doing what you're doing. As somebody said, you are. To me, you're one of the most credible people that does awareness on these people. You spend so much time watching their videos, doing the research. With the whole thing with the Social Security in the different states, you've pointed out how these people lie, these beggars lie. You do a lot of work. You write a lot of stuff down, and people see what you're doing is correct. If they don't like the fact that you do subs, then that's fine. Then you know what, Samantha doesn't have to sub to your platform. That's fine. Um, your subs have not taken away from your platform in terms of anything that you've been giving to your followers. It's something in addition that you're doing, which does not affect the people that follow you on a day-to-day basis. You're not getting rich off of it. People don't realize, especially, and I'm going to say, you put in a hell of a lot more time doing your research than I do. Okay. Um, and I find that it gets overwhelming at times,
It does.
and sometimes you just have to take a day and just be like, I can't deal with this right now. And you put in a lot of time on it, and um, honestly, I do not have a problem with anything you're doing. You let these people talk. Uh, they're not even worth responding to anymore.
Correct.
But everybody that's been on this app for a while knows exactly what these people that bring you up are all about, and it's not even worth it. Let them marinate in their own unhappy lives. Let them do them. Let them, spit out anger and all that stuff, because that's on them. And hope they have the day that they deserve, as we like to say.
Yeah, I do. Thank you,
So,
Jamie.
listen, you do you, girl. You have a good day, okay?
You too. You too. And you keep doing what you're doing because I love what you do.
No, I appreciate that. Thanks for your support.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay. Let's see.
Good morning.
Morning.
So, sitting in that live the other night and just listening, it absolutely broke my heart. And I know it broke a lot of other people's hearts too, listening to that. And I haven't seen a single person that was on our team in that live that did not support you.
Yes.
The it was way out of line, and seeing the people in there defending you just had me in awe, because you are a great person. No matter what she tried to ruin the other night or tried to prove a point on, you're amazing. And I know that you are a very humble person, and I think it's important that you have all these people behind you,
Yes, and I appreciate it.
because there was a couple things that she said the other night that made no sense. Like when she said she only has her gifts turned on when she's not doing awareness.
Mm-hmm.
So if she's only doing awareness once a week or 1 hour a week, when she's not doing it, her gifts are on. So she's kind of just making it backwards. And she's going into other people's lives, getting gifts in their boxes. So how does that make sense?
Right. Listen, anybody can justify what they do when they do it and they see it as fit. My problem is how do you sit in judgment of someone who is trying to illuminate the same things you are? Like, or to say that I listen to other people. And she talked about a tag that she created, and I was like, I created the spectrum of scamming. I was the one who did the research on how to get live disconnected. Like for me, everybody plays a role. Everybody has there's space here for everybody. If you don't like the way that I do it, no problem. Do it. Turn your light on and do it however you would like. But again, you don't have to like how I do it, but don't say that I'm not doing my own research, that I'm not paying attention. Don't don't discount the fact that I she was like, why don't you tell them to just donate it directly? Everybody in here is grown. They donate to who they want to donate to. But that's what I chose to do with it. And so to sell a story like I'm being enriched by it is a joke. And what happened was the day, what I also find interesting is I was in a live with her the day before. I went in and gifted everybody, and I tried to gift her. And when I tried a couple of times, and when I couldn't, I said in the comments, I gifted everybody. I tried to give Samantha, but I can't. And I was saying that because I didn't want her to feel like I left her out. And then the next day, she was like, "You cried about not being able to gift me." I was saying it so that you knew. I said it wasn't until later that I realized I was blocked, and that's why I couldn't. But cry about it? Why would I? But what it also proves is that I take the gifts that I get and I give them to other people who I think are doing a good work. I find it interesting though, she didn't attack me that day, but the next day when we've been drinking, you come at me.
Well, and the thing is if you disagree with someone, you don't have to be so vile about it in the disagreement that you sit there and repeatedly tell someone F you, F you, F you. That's not how you handle a disagreement in the adult mature world.
Correct.
You discuss the problem, you agree to disagree, and then you just walk away. Don't be so hateful.
Well, my thing is this, and could I have lost it? Of course I could have. I could have cursed back at her. I could have made it, a screaming match. I'm for what? Like I gained nothing from doing that, and that comes from a place of maturity. In my 20s, I'd have cursed her out and kept it moving. But I don't see the need to do that. All it does is reveal. And Nookie came in after I left, or I missed the
Uh
box,
huh.
and he said what he said. And he actually admitted that I tried to mend fences, but he won't show that because yes, we had a problem in the Discord. However, it fell out, it fell out. But in this, I think it was November or December, I sent him a message, a long one, that was like, "Listen, I know we had our initial interaction wasn't positive, but I'd like to write a line under the saying you're an OG. I respect what you've done for the community. I love your YouTube channel. Can we just start over? Like, I'm now in it. Can we start over?" He read it and didn't respond. So who was trying to, and then he's like, "Because I don't want to listen." You've never responded to me to give me anything to listen to. And then I thought, well, maybe he gets so many DMs he missed it, so I DM'd him again on a day when I knew he was on the app. He never responded. So what more do you want from me? Do you want me groveling, begging for your attention? That's never going to happen on this planet.
Right.
Period.
Well, I think as a team member, I have to thank you for being so patient and so classy in the way that you handled it. My heart broke listening to how bad she was talking to you, but you held up the way a woman should. You didn't lose control. You didn't fire back at her. You just let it roll out of her mouth, and kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You- You're welcome. I'm going to hop back down.
Okay. Okay, we got two people left, and then I'm gonna get right back to it. Today might go a little longer than 9:30, guys. If the mods can't stay, no problem. Hey, Vampire. Yeah, I heard you were getting it before I got it.
Yes, ma'am. They attacked me and about me getting in your box, all for one's box, and Mander's boxes, and then they had started attacking me about your subs, about your gifts being on, about
Why are you responsible for what I do?
thank you. I mean, and then they attacked me about your receipts, saying that you could have made them receipts up by yourself, and that because when they brought the receipts, I said she shows receipts for everything she does, and I said, and the sub lives are done so they can decide who they're going to discuss that week. I said I don't sub to anybody. I said, so, and I said, everything she does, you need to bring this up to her, not me.
Right. That's probably how I heard about it. People started sending me messages like, they're talking about you, they're talking about, and I was like, talking about me for what?
But I mean, they just dragged me over the coals about you and about me being in your box, all for one's box, and Mander's box.
Well,
And
I'm
I'm
sorry.
like,
You shouldn't have
you
had to take
know,
any heat from me.
huh?
I said, you shouldn't have had to take any heat from me.
I shouldn't, but I did. And I mean, I've never done anything to anybody on this app. I stay out of the drama. I don't even know that Samantha. I've never spoke to her. I've never seen her. And then that Dave that was sitting over there running in his mouth. I've
Yeah,
never
and when
seen
I
him,
said,
spoke to him or nothing.
right, and when I said I've never seen you before, he was like, then if you don't know me, you don't know anybody. Okay.
And and for them to attack me like they did, I I don't have any idea why they did it. I and then for them to attack me about what you do, I told them, I said, y'all need to take this up with her. I don't have any control over what she does.
Correct. I'm sorry. Taking heat for me is outrageous. I do what I want to do. Nobody dictates what happens over here. So, I don't know. I'm so sorry.
I mean, I defended you. Other people in the comments defended you, but I mean, why attack me?
Right. Right. That's ridiculous. Now I missed most of it because I was trying to chill after Digital After Dark. I was just floating around in TikTok having a moment of peace, and then it's somebody named Samantha. I don't know her. Truth about you, I really don't. I've only seen her in people's boxes. And then she said something about being a single mother raising her kids. Ma'am, so was I. Like, I don't understand how that related to what we were discussing. If you raised your two kids by yourself, I applaud you for doing that. But I raised my son by myself. People know the story. I was a widow when he was 6, and I was
But
25.
it just it. I've never done anything to anybody on this app.
Van Free, please don't cry. Please don't cry. I know it is frustrating, and when you get called out, it feels shocking because it's like, well, what did I do? But don't cry because I feel like that's the goal. The goal is to make you feel so bad that you go and hide. And I thought about it. I was like, you know what? I do not need this drama in my life. Like, I'm trying to do this, like I said, as a passion project because I don't want to see people getting taken advantage of. But why do I need all of this heat?
That's what I told them. I said I don't do the drama because I have enough going on in my real life. I don't need this drama on this app.
Right. But don't give them the tears. I know the tears are coming from frustration, and I want you to know that you do fantastic work. You come in here, you help me, you tell me about things that I might not be aware of. I don't know what their problem is with you, but it definitely shouldn't be about me. Okay? So please don't cry.
Thank you for letting me up.
No problem, honey. Okay, we have one last. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I gotta let her up first. Forgive me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can y'all hear me or is my phone acting up?
Oh no, we can hear you.
Okay. So, oh boy. Of all the people in this TikTok universe, Dee Dee, you know me in
Yep.
and out. And the people in this chat, a majority of the faces that I'm seeing, the names that I'm seeing, know that I ride for the people in this chat. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you've got 1 million followers or you've got 10. And those are my passion because I'm them. They're learning everything that everything that I was trying to learn years ago. And I just found my voice to start making videos and calling out enablers, the ones who created these monsters in Beth Osborne and Matt and Ty and Bree and Kim Peters. Those people
Mm-hmm.
created this. So when you become a leader or try to, so there are some leaders on this app, and then there are people who are trying to become a leader, such as myself. Um, you have to make your own way. And one of the things that attracted me to you, Dee Dee, was that you've always said, like me, if you don't agree with me, hit that like and go do it. Don't do it disrespectful. Make sure you have seen it. Make sure you have your information. Make sure you have all of this. And I would ride for you blindly because I know that you're going to stand on what's right at the end of the day.
Thank you.
With Van Pree, she made it sound like she was pulled up to get attacked about you. And CJ, hear me when I speak to you. It was not about Van Pree getting attacked because she rides with Dee Dee. It was not about that at all. Everyone loves Dee Dee. And
Not everybody.
there is something much bigger going on this app. There's a lot of lies, mistrust, deceit, and it all comes down to one thing. There are no receipts being provided by the people who are putting out allegations that are not true. And that can be a blanket statement. That's for everybody. So, everybody in this community, whether you decide you want to be a leader or not, you have a responsibility to provide a receipt if you're going to say something against someone. And what that means is do your research, and you can't just come off on a knee jerk decision and call somebody out. The reason that Van Pree was in that box was to be discussed on how she was going to be treating this old lady in T for Teresa when she called out an enabler. That lady had no idea what she was doing, how she was doing. And Dee Dee, I was pissed that she brought it to your platform to make you look bad. I don't like people to come on your platform and weaponize you because remember that phrase we use on the backs of Titans?
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be weaponized by petty bullshit. Now, Van Pree, let me just let you know that that woman, did she sound like she was all together and that she is some kind of tech whiz and she knows what she's doing? Yes, she's an enabler. Absolutely. She has gifted Tim and Angela. She has gifted multiple beggars and scammers. She didn't have an idea what you were talking about, but you know what? Neither did the chat. Neither did all those people in there. But if you'd have put up a receipt showing that she was a moderator and that she had gifted, how much support would you have had? And all of this would have gone away. You made that lady feel like you do right now. Was that your goal?
Well, I got the receipt.
She didn't have it then, though, Dee
No,
Dee.
I agree. I agree. I agree. She didn't. She didn't.
So with that lady, she probably went to sleep feeling like crap, feeling like you do right now, Vampre. There is no goal in which we sit to do what we do to make anybody, that's including you, Vampre, to feel bad. That's not fair to any of you. You guys are doing a damn good job because you're doing it because you're loyal. You share these videos, you comment, you like, you make sure that you put out the right information. But if the right information's not out there, then we're not doing any good at all. All we're doing is making enemies. Now, Dee Dee, I'm going to tell you right now, there is something else going on this app that is much more sinister. And she will not come and talk about it because this all comes down to one epicenter in Manders. Manders, you need to tell the truth and you need to be real. You need to bring receipts if you have them or ask someone. You know what? I don't even know if it's about that anymore. Digital. I'm so upset about all of this because all of these people in this chat, all, what, 448 people? 300? I can't even say. I don't have my contacts in. You guys built this thing. You guys are the ones that are going to take this into when they turn the switch off. The only people winning are these scammers, beggars, and people like Maggie taking advantage of good people like you were when you first entered this chat. I don't care what side of TikTok that you sit on. It doesn't matter. But find who you feel comfortable with. If it's Manders, that's fine. But please make sure that it's on for the right merit. Make sure that you don't have blinders on, and make sure if you don't like me, if you don't like Digital, if you don't like whoever it is that you don't like, make sure you have seen why. Not just because somebody says something that's not true. Everyone wants to say, I like her, so I'm going to ride for her. That's fine. Ride for her. But make sure you have the truth. She keeps saying that I only stuck up for a friend. I only stuck up for a friend. No, this started way back when she first got here, Digital. This has been, there's every, look at the epicenter. Look at the people that are in here that never come in here in the morning. There are people that have been here like Marissa every single damn day at 5:30 in the morning. And it's Central Time, so it's early. These people are riders for you. Look at the people that are in here that, isn't it strange that they just now want to pop up and be vocal? Because the thing is that there's some people out there that I will ride for because they're the quiet ones, the ones that, like, comment, research. They message people because they're just quite not strong enough yet.
Correct. And a lot of people tell me that this is the first time they've come in a box. And I say, I'll be gentle.
And if you're the first person that they come into boxes or they talk in the chat, they are onto something great because they're going to learn to get stronger and eventually turn their lights on. I am telling you guys here right now, there is so much more to what's going on that it has got people with their tempers flaring. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't something before us. I haven't been here forever. I've been here a while, but I haven't been here forever. There was alcohol involved. There were tempers that were flaring. There were some things that were apologized for. We can't do this, Digital. I mean, oh my God. I feel like I feel like you and I are sitting in the stand somewhere and we are just watching people rip each other apart. And we're just like, how do we fix this? And we're trying to say, how do we fix this? And it's so out of control. I don't even know where we go from here.
They don't want to fix it.
But it has to start with asking for proof for everything. And I'm telling you, as much as it hurts me, these people in this chat that I love seeing the names. You guys know that we're messaging in the DMs. The people that, I don't know Teresa. All I know is that she's an enabler. She gives beggars and scammers, and she didn't have a clue what she was being attacked for the other night. That broke my heart. Because the very first time I ever saw somebody call out an enabler like that, I made sure that I damn sure never was going to make someone feel that way. And if there's anybody ever in this chat that I've ever made feel that way, I'm so sorry. I would bleed before I would hurt anybody's feelings unless you lied to me. And that's what Mander's doing, is lying on people And now you want to ride for somebody because you don't have all the information. And guess what? It's not worth it. But ask for the truth. It's okay. If you come to me and ask for a receipt, I'm going to give it to you. I just don't want to tear somebody down without provocation. I think all of awareness community being cracked down the middle is provocation. Guys, it's not about me. It's not about her. It's not about this is about caring about you guys. You are what make this community. I could walk away today and no one would ever know. Digital could walk away and it's going to hurt. Samantha could walk away, it's going to hurt. There are hundreds of people that she has touched with the videos that she's made, because the thing is they don't get down in the weeds like we do. So when I say in the weeds, that's with feelings involved and asking the tough questions. They see what they see when they see Timothy Nash with the Kotex on his leg. That's a receipt to them. When you call somebody out and you make them feel like shit, they don't want to have anything to do with any of us, and we're all lumped in at once. We're all called awareness. So I would cringe if I ever hit somebody's box to call out an enabler and they're like, oh, this person sits over on the toxic, messy side of TikTok. I would crumble inside. There are so many people that have what they consider their thing. And one of the things that was so funny that I knew you had a humor and a good side about this, Dee Dee, was you said, Fallon always says, whatever your kink is, click the top of the search bar, type it in, and you'll find your people.
Correct.
And I have always said that my people are you guys. My people are in this chat. My people are in my DMs. My people are the ones that come in here every day, the ones that are hungry for awareness and to do the right thing. So please, if there's a receipt that somebody needs for anything else, ask me for it. I just don't want to start making videos on things that don't matter. What does matter is the amount of money that Maggie is making and the amount of money that Matt is going to use to scam the whole country because he just has that dog sitting right next to him. That poor, poor dog. Children and animals, innocent souls. That's what matters. People who are elderly or who've been sick or who have been hungry and know what it's like to give their last $5 up to these people who they really think are down on their luck. I don't know where we go from here. I just know that we got to stop arguing and we got to start protecting each other and we got to start asking for proof. It's not don't like me because you don't like me, but don't like me because you don't have the truth and you haven't seen it. Vampire, please stop saying that people are attacking you. No one, it may have ended up that way to you, but I am telling you, I never got to finish explaining to you that the way that Teresa felt. Did you know that she subbed to Digital the next night? Did she feel pressure to do that, or did she not know that she did it? The way that lady walked away feeling hurt me. But I was too sick. I couldn't come in here and be like, no, let's hold on. Vigil, the people who love you. They love you regardless. The people who love Scammy love them regardless. It's not ever going to change. It's the same way for people who do a cooking contest. There's always going to be people who are like, you stole my receipt. There's going to be fights everywhere. It's the way that we fix it that we go into it.
I agree with you, Fallon, but you have to admit that the jacket put on me that night doesn't fit.
The way that everyone is getting fitted for false jackets is the problem. Everyone is on war because of the false jackets that are coming. And everybody needs to look at where it's coming from.
But I haven't fit anybody with a jacket, though.
No, you haven't. But you have to think about the messages that you got. Come in here. They're attacking your people. Get in here. Think about your most trusted and the things that you're getting wrapped up in just because of where you sit. That's what I mean by weaponizing each other.
No, I feel you. And we have discussed that thing multiple times. I find it interesting that I am now the villain of their so called awareness. But to say that I no longer claim awareness because I'm making money, step too far for me. Because there's nobody making money. I showed a receipt and now I'm making up the PayPal receipt. Like, come on. Come on. Why would I have to do that? If I was gonna keep the money, I would just say I'm keeping the money and kick rocks. So whether she was inebriated or not, which I wish I would have known that because I wouldn't have engaged at all. To say F you, to say that I listen to other people and I regurgitate what they say in my life. And you know good and well that that is not the case. Not even a little bit. Have I learned from other people? Of course I have. That's how we all learn. I specifically say to people, don't just follow me, follow everybody. They're going to give you a perspective I don't get. But I don't choose to stream people. I don't choose to like video record and take receipts. I show what I show because that's all I need. That's all I need. And to be attacked for that is ridiculous. And then to constantly move the goalposts. So you don't like my subs, we discuss that, then it's something else. Then it's something else. Then it's something else. Again, you don't have to like me. You don't have to like the way that I do it. But at least watch long enough so that you know that I'm not lying because it became clear to me and I said it. You clearly never watched me because had you watched me, you would know that some of the stuff you're saying, the subs you are 100% right on. I do have subs. 100%. And if me doing a 30-minute live because I feel obligated to, they spent money, their money. So in my mind, I had to give them something. If you think that 30 minutes equates to the 6 to 9 hours that I do in a week, I can't help you. I can't, I'm never going to make sense to you and you're never going to make sense to me. Now, if everybody is angry about what one person may or may not be doing, I understand. I have done my best to stay out of the way. I go in, I gift everybody, and I don't even stick around for long because I don't want people to be like, oh, well, Digital's over there and she's over there. I don't even stay for long. But I try to gift everybody because I want everybody to feel encouraged to keep going. So I will bear in mind that before I let somebody make an allegation, I will ask for a receipt. I knew a receipt was coming, and I did get said receipt, but I will bear that in mind that I can't just take people's word for it. And like you, my goal isn't to hurt anybody's feelings. My goal isn't to make anybody's mental health to be affected by what I say and what I do. But I do speak the truth. And if it hurts your feelings, I'm sorry. But I need you to do what it is that you need to do so that you're not on this app taking people's last $5 so that you can come right back the next day and ask for more money.
Exactly.
So
Look,
that's the only
I just want everyone to know that everybody is entitled to their opinion. Everyone is entitled to sit where they want to sit and not like who they don't want to like. I think that if the conversation needs to go to that and have a hardcore conversation, then set it up and let's have a conversation. But you know what, Digital, it doesn't matter because it's your pink light that goes off in the morning. It's your name. So whatever you do, you do. However, I think that I would be disappointed had they not said anything about the subscriptions or the money or whatever. You know, because they have been about uh, no money on here. So I think I would, and it's just like people. There's extremist on what we do or what I do. If you have a Cash App in your bio, they're riding for you. They're coming for you. I'm not so much. If you got a Cash App in your bio, I don't really particularly care. It's a small red flag to me. I don't really care unless you're in there assisting people and taking advantage of someone. Then might start looking at you a little bit differently.
I
So
I get it, but I have to be honest. I was disappointed that people who know who I really am sat there and stayed silent. Like, okay, nobody has to like that I have subs, right? We can cross that bridge and say we don't like it. We don't think that that's traditional. But for her to say that I only stopped claiming awareness because I'm making money, everybody knows that's not true. I've been talking about awareness versus awareness months ago. To say that I only listen to other people and that's what I tell everybody on my live, people who have listened to me know that I don't do that. And granted, she said that what she was saying wasn't for everybody else, but they put things on me that people know aren't true, and
and
everybody let it
that
ride.
is that is the bottom line point. That's what's happening all across the awareness community right now is false jackets being put, and everybody needs to be held accountable for it.
Well,
So,
then let's have
so
a big. And what's crazy is I consider myself a small player. Like I don't consider myself a quote unquote leader of awareness. I turned my light on because I thought I had an opinion other people didn't have. But like I said to the chat earlier, there are black women who are calling out other black men and women who are scamming, who have subs, they accept gifts, they tell people, let's get to 100,000 likes. Nobody talks about them now.
that's my point right there. What you just said, nail on the head. I'm sure that they have whatever beef it is going on over there, but we don't know about it because whatever they're doing is much bigger. So we're over here embroiled in some type of chaos, and everybody's pointing the fingers at everybody, and we're stopping to hold each other accountable. And that's what all we want to do is hold each other accountable for shit that's not even happening, or maybe it's happening, or we don't have all the facts that it's happening, instead of talking it out and fixing it. So then we get alcohol in us, and then we start slashing out, and then we involve emotions. And that's one of the things you used to say too, that when you get the emotion involved in it, then we've got a bigger problem. And that was another one of the things that I liked about you. So we gotta remove all the emotions, and there's a black and white receipt. There's no emotion attached to it. Your story, my story, and then the screenshot. And that's what we need to go back to. There were some things done, yes. But at the same time, look at what the stinksters are enjoying.
Oh, I agree. I agree. And I said that earlier that um now I'm running around TikTok trying to defend myself instead of watching the scammers and doing what I do.
You don't need to defend yourself.
Oh, I'm
Your
not.
people
I'm
know who
okay.
you are. You do you. That is ultimately the bottom line is based off fact, and you do you. Don't care about what anybody else thinks. But at the same time, we got to do what we got to do when the truth is at stake. I everybody needs. I don't know. I don't. Everybody needs to be accountable for how they make each other feel. And if you're going to come and lie to me, then, okay, I got it. You're going to lie to me. You're always going to lie to me. You can't just tell the truth one day and then turn around and not tell the truth the next. All I want to do is be part of the solution. I want people to stop feeling like they can't go places. I want people to stop feeling like they can't sit where they need to sit. But ultimately, I want them to do it because they know the truth.
Correct. I agree 110%. And I
So,
don't know if we need to have some big come to Jesus meeting or what, but I've decided I'm no longer going to defend myself because it's a waste of my time, and people could think what they want to think.
and it's unfortunate because I kind of want to take care of the people that, I feel sorry. Ultimately, I feel sorry that people are hurt. Like, ultimately, that breaks my heart more than anything. And but all of this comes from hurt. People lashing out at each other, it's coming from hurt. There's too many things. I fear that one day that the awareness community is going to end up in that side of messy talk where they're starting to put out addresses and phone numbers and things like that, and then we are doing nobody any good, and I am scared for people.
Oh, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. It's like we've created a subculture in awareness where they are coming after awareness, distracting from the actual problem. And I respect OGs who were doing it when there were maybe 100 people doing it, and I don't understand why they need to be butthurt about somebody new doing it. But there's enough room on TikTok for all of us to do it. And if we all just stayed focused on the people who we're supposed to be focused on, we'd have a lot better time. But everybody wants to be the top dog. Everybody wants to be seen as the bulldog, where they come in and they wreck house and then they get to walk away. And now people are picking up the pieces. Everybody wants to be the first one with the information. It's too much competition for the same people. You say that I only listen to other people. I made sure I started bringing bolos that nobody was talking about just to prove that point.
But with that, Dee Dee, you've always said too that everybody's entitled to their own opinions. If she would have pulled out a receipt showing that, then maybe other people. I agree. Everybody wants to be the first one out there with the information. Me, I don't care. Use whatever information, little piece of, because I'm nobody. You use whatever piece of little piddly information that I have and go tell everybody. Because if I happen to come, even a blind squirrel gets a nut every once in a while. If I happen to find something that's even remotely important, please use it. If it will stop somebody from giving up their money for medicine that month, go do it. And but again, because of all the things that are going on, people are lashing out, things are being done, alcohol's being consumed, opinions are coming out. But then when everybody gets into a big ass argument, it becomes that everybody stops seeing that it is of the opinion of. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is what I think. This is what I feel. This is what I, instead of, here's what happened. And back in the day, before we were even thinking about doing anything awareness, they used to talk it out. They used to come, talk like adults. This is what I think. Nope, that's not happening. Okay, let's move on. And you go to your side of TikTok, I'll go to mine. Ultimately, we've got the same goal in mind. Let's do this. But instead, somehow or another, it started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we're all entwined. And then all of a sudden, it becomes for you're going to be blocked just because who you sit with. And it should never have been about
Oh,
that.
I agree. I agree. I don't care who they sit with, to be completely honest. You can sit with whoever you want. You can listen to whatever you want. If you want to come here and consume what I have to say, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I am not looking for loyalists. I'm not looking for, like I said the other day about some people, it seems like a cult. I don't want that kind of following. I want people to feel free to sit with whoever they want, get the information. If they want to share it with somebody else before they share it with me, I don't care. I'm not caught on that. I never have been. This is a passion project, but it is not my real life.
I don't care what happens when people leave my comment section. I have zero care, zero worry about it. I come here, I do what I do. People like it or they don't, and I'm okay with that. But cursing at me is completely unnecessary.
Yes. So we go back to calling out behavior that we don't agree with. Let's do that, but let's not do it behind private lives. Let's not do it behind let's call out the bad behavior. Let's do it that way. Let's do it with receipts. Let's do it with vigor, and let's do it based off of the morality, because ultimately when we talk about one person wants to be bigger than the other person, or this person wants to be with the first information, there's no person that's bigger than the community as a whole. The people who don't
Correct.
say a word, the ones who click like, the ones who share out the videos behind the scenes.
Correct.
But we can't sit here and ultimately become a hypocrite and say one thing and do another. We can't do that.
I
Of
agree.
all else, we've got to do it with loyalty, and we've got to do it based off of, if you say that you're going to do something, you better do it, and don't say that you did something and didn't do it. If
Correct.
you're going to be a hypocrite, you have no business sitting with me.
I agree with you 100%.
So, and this has been, it's tried to be addressed so many times, so people get excited when someone does finally come across a box, and it's like, grab a box, but then they run, or they don't want to talk, or they don't have the stones or the backbone to come and talk. So I don't know where we go from here when the person who's saying deal with it on the back end, deal with it one-on-one, won't box up. These people
You know
will
that's
ride
not
for you
me.
into the sunset, Dee Dee. I will ride for this community, the ones who like, the ones who comment, the ones who share, based off of they had a family member get taken advantage of, or they were taken advantage of, or they just don't like to come onto the app and they want to watch a stupid cat video, but instead they got Matt sitting there abusing that dog and he hasn't eaten in 5 days, supposedly, when he just got dog food on Wednesday
Right.
from a free facility who's making sure that he's fed and the dog is fed. So, I, chat, tell me, what do we do? How do we fix this? What do we fix? What is it that we need to do so everybody feels seen and we move in the direction as a force, and we, whoever your person is, go ride for them, do it. It's just, don't do it based off of just because you like them. There's people in the world that we like, but maybe they're not doing the right thing. Or, maybe they're not 100% all there or doing it for the right reasons. Everybody is not out for themselves. And I think that we turned on the people who we think are doing something and they're really not. Their intentions were pure because there's someone out there, whatever name you attach to it, it doesn't matter. The intentions weren't pure. Because when you strip it all down, everybody's here because we care about people. But when are we going to start caring about each other, regardless of the vile nature of what's going on? I'd love to watch Scammy Claus call out these predators. I love it when their business is put on blast and it is everywhere. I love when they do something stupid and it's caught on video and she's like an attack dog. And then you get involved and then they get involved. And I've never heard her say, well, I found this. You come to my platform if you want to see it. No, she's like, get this out. Go help me find this bastard. And we all jump on and go. And everybody's got a niche, whether it's looking on the internet for public records, looking for this, looking for that. Everybody gets on that. How do we get back to that? Does somebody need to do something stupid and then we all come together?
But my
Unfortunately, I
problem
hope
so
not.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go
No,
ahead.
it's my fault, Dee Dee. My phone is lagging, and so please feel free to interrupt me. I don't if I can't hear you, I'm talking over you. I'm sorry.
No, no, that's okay. My only problem is that I don't feel like any one person or group of people should be able to dictate to other people how to do it. That's my problem. Like, I understand, like you said, everybody has talents, right?
Yes, yes,
And everybody runs their platform the way they want. I don't do videos. I may do a picture or two. I do research that contradicts like what they say. But my thing was, I have always said this. If you listen closely enough, you can find the lie. So that I take what they say, I write down the things that they say. Other people have already screen recorded them and posted it on YouTube. If you don't believe me, go watch the YouTube or watch them for yourself. That is why I put their at and their name there, because I don't need people to believe me exclusively. Go watch them for yourself and see if what I said connects to what they said. That's how I chose to do it. And I don't feel like anybody should be able to dictate to me, well, if you said they said that their baby was two, you need to show a video that says that they said that. Like, I don't feel the need to do that. I've tried to build my platform on credibility, that I'm honest, that you can believe what I say. And I may be wrong. I may get it wrong. But correct me, and then we can move forward in the direction of correction. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not saying that I'm perfect. I'm not saying that I don't ever make a mistake. What I'm saying is, you can believe me because I watched it for myself. I don't take, people put up videos, right? And there are people, and this happened to me. You weren't around them, but this happened to me. People were trying to create drama between me and Beth. So they cut her video to the part where she was like, a black girl like you. So of course, when I saw it, I'm like, what does this have to do with me being black? Later on, I saw the whole clip. And what she said was that people who were in my box were racist and they shouldn't be, considering that I was a black girl. That's what she was saying. But it got split to make me upset about it. So I don't take anybody's word, because even when they produce a receipt, it got split and it wasn't the actual receipt. So now I no longer trust you, because I realize that you will split things to make me get upset. So I watch for myself. That's how I choose to turn my light on.
and
And so
that right there is exactly what's happening. And people get mad and they want to defend themselves, and then they want to go harder and harder and harder, because it doesn't matter if you replace the names, Dee Dee. It doesn't matter what they are going to use, whatever it is that they need to use to get you to be convinced that these people are bad people, or people to turn people against you, or whatever. And that situation with Beth, those people over there hate Beth so much that they will go and befriend
she
or
did with
support
Josh and
whoever.
Ida to make a point,
Yes.
which I'm flabbergasted at. And I said it the day after it happened.
Yeah,
I said
yes.
it while that live was going on. I said, so now, because there are enemies, we sitting with our enemies and giving them information. Like, why would we do that? But again, that's my feeling about it. Clearly, they felt comfortable doing it. I said what I thought about it and I moved on. I didn't sit in a live, drink, and then start calling people out and telling them I thought that they were deplorable and I don't like how they do things, and F you and F you, and then someone else coming up and saying, I second that F you.
And again, things are not there are things that happen. I'm not up here for all of that. I am up here for the sake of the people, of the loyal people who care about you, me, the people in the chat, the people in this community. And I don't know how to fix it, but we got to start with making sure that we're going based off truth.
I agree. I agree. And I understand that, like I said before, I'm not going to just accept something. I am going to try to make sure that I ask for the receipt before I even let anything go any further. I agree with you on that 110%.
So I want it to stop with the whole, because people being saying, I got attacked when it wasn't. She wasn't pulled up there to be attacked. I was asking why, and those people in the chat could have learned something too. That why didn't people get messaged? If you thought that T for Teresa was an enabler, which she is, but she is one of those who had no idea she was doing anything wrong. How can you call somebody out and say they're an enabler if they have no idea that they're doing wrong? They have no clue. They're just going in. Some people go in and immediately hit a heart me as soon as they enter somebody's room. Some people gift just so their little lector badge can go up so they can go and sit in somebody like I am Emery's box because he won't allow anybody in there that's less than a certain badge.
Correct.
So many things factor into people wanting to have some type of pull to whoever, some type of connection, just like people who give Beth money. The only reason that they sit in her, they like to watch a shit show or they like to hear Beth say their name.
Yep.
That's the way that people are.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever's happening, whatever your platform is, everybody knows that whoever's platform you're on, you just got to take it with a grain of salt. That's their platform. If they get up and spew pure bullshit, they know, just like over on Messy Talk, those people pull in people who they don't even know. But the lady says, bring me a receipt. Don't come here, bring your mess to my platform without a receipt. And I don't want anyone else to say that they were attacked without somebody saying, hold on, where's the receipt? Please stop saying everyone is being attacked just because you like someone else. Please stop a moment and know that your name means something when you say, well, I don't necessarily agree with that. Or I just don't like them. I don't like them. It's good. It's all good. No one's going to care that you don't like me. But like me or don't like me, it's not based off of some bullshit that you heard 2 lives ago and now it's trickled into this live and now this person's in your DMs hyping you up saying, man, get over here, get over here, get over here, because it's going down. Everybody likes a shit show. Everybody likes to argue. Everybody likes to watch drama. That's one of the reasons why it continues. That's one of the reasons some of these other platforms are as big as they are.
Oh, I agree. And you know that my initial goal was to have no drama. I stayed out of all of it. I didn't pick sides. I didn't go in just to listen to the drama because that's not what I'm here for.
So, Dee Dee, I want to address that comment right there from Little Ray. She says, you don't know me, but said I had no integrity. Where's your reason for that? Little Ray, who told you that I said you had no integrity? Because what happened was I got some information on Kim Peters and I fell into your chat and thought, well, while I'm here, let me go ahead and tell them about Kim Peters, because people in your chat had messaged me wanting to know, hey, Kim hasn't been here for a long time. What's going on? What's the update? What's that? And the next thing I know, I'm blocked. And Little Ray has always been so sweet and so nice. And she's just now got where she's, become brave and she's going to go live and she's going to do great things. And now she didn't even want to hear or allow her followers to hear what the latest update was on Kim. It didn't sound like her. So that tells me that somehow she got some bad information about me, and that's not fair. Because Little Ray is going to be one of the next ones that starts bringing awareness and being part of the followers that love her. So we're just tearing people down before they even get started.
Well, I don't know how to fix it.
I don't either, but I know that people like that I've seen around is names that are up and coming, and we need to support them just like we need to support the bigger ones, and we got to do it with receipts. I don't know have any answers. All I know is that if somebody ever comes at me, I'm going to do whatever it is that I can to make sure that everybody knows the truth. But I've always sat on something and allowed it to happen over and over and over and over again, hoping it's going to go away. And Dee Dee, it's not going away. So I don't know where we go from here. All I know is that people that are being hurt are walking away from this community, and I'm not starting to see names, and I don't want people like Little Ray to go away. I don't want people like Jules to go away. I don't want people like Kite Girl and Sassy North Carolina Girl. I want to see those names.
I do too.
I miss going in and scrolling by people's lives looking for enablers so I can ask enablers, hey, ask your creator how long Beth puts that dog in that cage. Look how long he has got that muzzle around his mouth. He can't even drink water. He can't even relax. Like, I miss that. Instead, I'm scrolling around looking for who's telling the lie so I can get up in a box and say, that's not true. Ask for the truth. And what I saw on Teresa broke my heart. If these enablers have to know that they're doing something and gifting somebody who's in deceit before you call them out and make them feel like shit. And Vampire, make no mistake, I am very sorry that you felt attacked, or you felt horrible, or you felt, uh, you know, but at the same time, don't allow someone to weaponize you. Don't allow someone to weaponize what you feel when it was done to someone else and you didn't even get it explained to you. So you don't even know that you might have hurt Teresa.
Listen, let me say this, guys. This is not meant for everybody to air their grievances and try to get it resolved here.
I don't even know how we fix, even if there was a platform to fix grievances. I don't even know. Like, Fendi, you lied on me. Fendi, do you or do you not go in and try to discredit that Matt has charges against a child for for restraint whenever they said show proof on that? Fendi, show proof. It's all on my page. Your video is out there. You tried to discredit someone who was in the chat, and then later Matt got the money. Fendi, that's an enabler. If you sit in awareness lives and you hear that Matt is a beggar scammer and he takes advantage of people, that's an enabler. So stop saying that people are lying on you, Fendi. Whatever reason you're doing it, when you go in and ask what's your CA, okay, cool. What's your CA? You're trying to get their CA so you can go and report it. But when you try to discredit someone that's in the chat,
Hold on, Samantha here. So, good morning.
Hey, thanks for accepting me. I appreciate it. I just wanted to clear up a couple of things, but first, I could have sent you a message, but there's 300 people in here, so I will hold myself accountable and I will say that my opinion is my opinion, but the way that I expressed my opinion was not okay. I apologize for saying F you, although I did not call you deplorable, or those words did not come out of my mouth. A lot of words did come out of my mouth. Again, my opinion is still the same. That's not going to change. But the way that I conveyed my opinion to you was not okay. And so for that, I'm taking accountability, and I do apologize for that.
Thank you very
That
much.
being said, again, to sit there in boxes and say they and y'all, and I expressed many times in that live that just because my friends were in those boxes with me, they were on mute, they weren't saying anything. What I was saying was mine and mine alone. Now, the problem with awareness right now is, just like I said, it's just becoming too much. And I feel like I'm just getting tired of it. Digital, you have no idea how many messages I've received about you and why you're creating awareness and collecting subs and getting gifts and blah blah blah. And I am like, deal with her. But the problem is that people won't speak out against it. And so they come to me because they know that I will speak out against it. I don't agree with it. I've never, even you having a gift goal up right now, I've never in my life ever had a gift goal.
TikTok does that. I don't.
No, it doesn't. Because
Yes, it does.
I've
I
had
have
my account for
never.
years. I can go live right now and show you that there is nothing. Because I've never tapped that button before.
I've never tapped that button. It comes up automatically. I don't have anything to do with that. That gift goal is heart. It's the same thing all the time.
Okay.
But I didn't bring you up to rehash what we said because you said what you said. I said what I said. You have your opinion. I have my opinion, and I'm okay with not agreeing. That's okay. I do not
Absolutely.
want to rehash it.
Absolutely. I just don't understand why you say you don't care about my opinion, but you're sitting here having a whole ass live about me. That's what I don't understand.
Okay, I'm not having a live about you. I've already talked about what, three, four, five scammers already, and I wanted to address the elephant in the room. I'm not making a whole live about you. I only said what you said and how I disagree with it, but I said that people are allowed to have whatever opinion they want to have. And if you don't like me, block me, move around me, go see somebody else. I'm going to do it the way I see fit because I'm a grown woman and I could do it my way. But the jackets that you placed on me that were untrue, I said, I didn't even care that you cursed at me. I thought it was childish, but I don't care. But to say that I only listen to other people and then I regurgitate that information, that is a flat out lie.
Digital, you admitted in that live, first of all, you admitted in that live that you accept subscribers and you don't read their comments, okay?
No, I never, I didn't, I
Yes, you
never
did.
said that.
Yes, I
Oh,
have, again, I have
Samantha,
receipts.
Samantha,
I can look
Samantha, I've
receipts. You
already
said that.
said I'm
You
not
said you're not
rehashing.
watching the comments when you're talking. So if people are paying,
I'm not. I'm not rehashing it. I'm not rehashing it. What I said was that when I am live and I'm doing my commentary, I'm often not looking directly at the comments because it distracts me. But anybody knows that I look down, I look at the comments, I go through. I don't know why she's bringing the drama here. To say that I'm having a whole live about her is laughable, but I'm not going to rehash it here. What was said was said. I'm done with it. Hold on. I want to move on, but I want to give people an opportunity to speak.
Hey, Digital.
Go ahead.
So, just in case you don't know, this is Manders. I had to change my name because I'm constantly being harassed on a daily basis and attacked by the same people. But I want you to know that I am proud of you. I have been with you since the very day you started, and you have built your platform to be amazing. You do your own thing, and I commend you for that.
Thank you.
So what is going on, Fallon's absolutely right. It's way bigger than what she even disclosed. And it's anybody who has a large platform and takes away from others are the ones that are getting attacked. And I'm sorry that that's happening because quite honestly, I mean, there are some amazing people in awareness, but if you want to talk about giving people money, let's talk about feelings. Let's talk about the people that are being attacked, the people who have serious darkness in their life right now. And so you can say all you want about the people in the awareness community and the scammers, right? But what about the words that are being thrown at those people? Everybody's going through something. I mean, Digital just had surgery on her mouth. I broke both my legs. Truth was outed, and that happened a day before her surgery. Van Pre just had surgery. They're going after all of these people who are at the worst point of their life right now. And I won't even talk about Ryan Ray, because if you think more money is more important than a life, you're twisted. And you have got to realign and revisit your fucking values. Excuse my language, digital.
That's okay.
Um, People are sitting here saying nasty, vile things about others. And there's people who are going through real life shit. We could have lost an entire life in this community all over dragging somebody for money. Keep it on the scammer and the beggar side, but remember that they have feelings too. And at the end of the day, they're still human beings also. So body shaming them and making fun of them is not cool at all.
I do not do that over here.
I know you don't. I know you don't. And that's what I love about you. I love too that you stay on your own. You know, you do your thing. There is no fucking book in this awareness community. Some people are taking it way too seriously. You have a passion, and don't let any of these people take your passion away from you. And I know you won't, because you're a strong woman.
Oh, fact.
And again, I commend you for that, because you can stand up. But anybody who stands up just gets dragged harder and harder and harder. I am dragged every day. And I'm not trying to make this about me. And they say they have receipts, but they have none. So let me tell you what I did, digital, just to clear the air before they come at you with what a horrible person I am. Fallon and Trollovision dragged me on Discord when I was modding for Jeff. Didn't even know them. I knew that they were his mods, but I didn't even interact with him. They body shamed me. They said I put the man in Amanda. They said I was ugly. They said a whole bunch of nasty stuff. I confronted them. They didn't like it. But I thought we squashed that. But now we have another problem. Now, because I support Ryan Ray, because I know that she's going through things in her life, they're dragging me for that too. And saying that I broke up a whole group. I didn't break up the group. You broke up the group. Your actions broke up the group. And so, no, I did not give Ryan Ray any money, but I will. And I stand 10 toes down on this. I will support her. She is an amazing person. She's still a person. Put the money aside. Who freaking cares? Who cares? It's not okay. And you know what's going to happen? And I don't want to say that this is going to happen, but God forbid, she were to do something and she's no longer here. All these people are the same people that would be claiming, I loved her so much. When realistically, you may have been the one who made her not be here anymore. So enough with the bull crap. You keep doing what you do, digital. You keep doing what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I never wanted to be a part of the drama.
No, and I completely understand that. And nor did I. I mean, there's some of the people that I sit with every single day are amazing, amazing people. I mean, I met them in an awareness community. I did. But they're not nasty people. But you always have those people that are. Anyway, I wanted to give other people an opportunity, but I want you to know I do support you. And you know what? Doing what you do is hard work. I have never claimed to be an awareness person. I support the awareness community, but I do not support the people who think that they come with a handbook. Okay? This does not come with a handbook. It is not that serious. And when you get to the point where people are feeling like they don't want to be on earth anymore because of your words, that's disgusting. Exactly. You're going way too far. And I'm not saying that to you directly.
No, I understand.
But I appreciate you. I love you. You keep doing what you do. Thank you so much for donating your gifts that you have a choice, whether you want them or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
To charities that need them.
And I gift the gifts that I get to other creators. So Why people say I'm making money? I don't understand.
Yeah. And you know what? Even if you were digital, this is a lot of work. You hold lives 3 days a week in the morning and 1 day a week on the in the evenings. You think that it doesn't, not you, but it takes time for you to go out and get all that research. Your own research and your own, your own findings and your own opinions sometimes, and that's okay. But this takes time and it takes work. So if you chose to get gifts and you wanted to collect your money digital, you know what? I would still support you because you are an amazing woman. And you are a poster child for integrity because you stand your ground and you stand behind what you do.
100%. Not being able to sleep at night, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I knew I was coming up here and lying to people. I wasn't raised that way. I come with a moral compass. I always say I can be wrong and I can be corrected. And I say to people on here all the time, if you think I've done something wrong, said something wrong, send me a DM. It may take me a while to get to it because I have so many, but I don't mind being corrected. I get corrected by the mob sometimes. I'm never like, don't tell me what to do. Never. Because what would be the point? I'm always trying to get better, do better, but I'm not going to let somebody who has never come to watch me, who doesn't know jack diddly squat about why I do what I do, to come and tell me how I should do it. And then to say that I made up the receipt, like, I don't have time for that.
You know what? Guilty will always point the finger.
What do they say when you're pointing a finger at somebody for pointing back at yourself? Like, I don't
Exactly.
know. But I'm
It's
gonna keep doing
exactly
it.
that.
Thank you.
But I love you and I appreciate you. I'll see you around on the streets. I'm not never going to get chased off this app by anybody. And anybody that's in here who's feeling like you've been attacked or you feel some kind of way, like Vampre comes and visits us often. Little Ray visits us often. It's anybody essentially who surrounds themselves within that circle that is getting dragged. And then it's anybody who actually makes a name for themselves and they do it their way. And you know what? I love that for you. I love that for you, Digital. Keep doing what you're doing. I love you, babes. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll see me on the TikTok streets for sure.
Oh, and thank you, everybody, for the gifts. Love you, girl.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye.
Oh, oops. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong one, but I'm gonna get to everybody.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate the information that you work tirelessly to get and then to come on here and educate people on the time that you had to spend doing your own research.
Thank you.
And I also know that there's certain people sitting with certain other people who have skeletons in their closet. And if we're going to sit up here and talk about receipts that we have on other people, we should try to find out what receipts we have on you. Not you, them.
I understand.
You know, financially. When Mander said I was outed, I wasn't outed, okay? I outed myself back in September when I was diagnosed with renal cell ductal carcinoma, breast cancer.
I'm sorry.
There was a lady on the platform that faked being a doctor for 26 years. I did not know that at the time that I could find him. And she sent money towards the deductible to get cancer removed from my breast. So I was outed for that. But when I exposed her for being a fake doctor, I outed myself. So that was nothing new. That happened in September of last year, October of last year, and the same people who thought they outed me yet again were the same people sitting in my boxes showing nothing but love and support. And then want to hold something over me, hold something over me. Let's talk about that. And I'll just go into little tiny details about it because ultimately it's nobody's fucking business. Excuse my French. But I got something on you. I know something about you. Well, I'm sure you do because at one point, before I saw you as a snake, I saw you as a friend. Sure, you know a lot of shit about me. I'm sure you know my husband beats me because that's what you were indicating that you were going to out eventually. Right? You sat there and gave a box to somebody who said God did my baby a favor when I lost her, but wanted to crucify me for putting up her dead kid's picture. You wanted to ask me how old I was whenever I said it's an eye for an eye. Match energy, right? I'm the problem, right?
I'm sorry you lost your baby, and I'm sorry they lost their baby too. We are not supposed to lose our children. We weren't raised that.
No, we're not digital, but you know, those same people in that sat in them boxes will sit there and taunt and provoke me every single day.
Become an airing out of everybody's grievances with everybody else. That,
I absolutely 100% agree with that. Sorry, I listed two people.
oh no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, people are gonna be like, oh, let's go to Dee Dee's live because there's gonna be drama today. It has never been that, and it's not gonna be that.
As
Period.
far as your subscribers and your gifters, you work tirelessly on this app, as I was originally saying. So you
I appreciate.
well, please purposely go through the gifts and select one. Some of us love to give to other people.
I do. I give to people all the time, every day.
You know, the bouquet is my favorite. Have you ever seen that one?
I don't know, cause I don't.
Well,
I don't usually.
go through your gifts, digital, and pick that one out because that one happens to be the most beautiful and my favorite one.
Okay, I will after I get off. Yeah.
Okay, and I also sent you a private message as well.
Okay, I'll be looking for it.
Okay, honey, have a good one.
Thank you. You too. Okay. I just want to say this. I have two more people who want to come up. If you're coming up to defend yourself or to talk about what other people did, that isn't where I expected this conversation to go. I was simply trying to. I talked about it last night, and I wanted to talk about it today because it was really. The point I was trying to get to was to thank people who support me. I thank people who know the truth about me and choose to stick around. I will say it again. If you have some constructive criticism, there's something that you think I should do differently, you're welcome to DM me. We'll have a conversation about it. I have absolutely no problems with that. You want to come up here on the live and do it, I have no problems. As long as you don't put the wrong jacket on me. That's all. Okay. I think you've been waiting the longest. Oh, I just went to the person on the bottom. Good morning.
Good morning, Digital. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I just want to clarify something. Yes, with Fallon, she did put, and I consider it misinformation, and made a page of me and put busted Fendi, because I, as well as everyone else, pretty much I share it out to over 10 people that are anti-scam and awareness pages. And so now somebody just asked if I was on Matt's page yesterday. Yes, I was. I did say hi to him. But then at the same time, I've shared it out, and the people I shared it out to reached back out to me that they were on their way in there. So, and then the other thing that Fallon said was I questioned somebody that made a statement because I guess something about Matt did something, and I said, "Do you have proof of that?" That was just a question that I was just questioning that person. And because this has something to do with, I can't say the word, but the P word. But I have noticed on this app when people get mad at each other, they call people automatically the P word. And I was unaware that Matt had anything to do with that. But when I do see, yes, I did say, "Are you in front of the pizza place?" Because I was waiting for the others to come in. Once I saw the others come in, is when I backed off. Because then I knew they were going to take care of it and shut the live down. As well, I was reporting too. But like I said, going back to somebody said that he did something, I don't really remember what it is, but all I said was, "Do you have proof of that?" And then I got blasted. And not only that, Fallon.
Hey, Fendi, I said right before you came up here, I have allowed too many people to air their grievances about other people here, and that wasn't what this was supposed to be. So I'm going to tell you, like I tell everybody else, if you have a problem with somebody on the platform, turn your light on and air your grievance. Say whatever it is you have to say, get it out there, whatever you want to get out there. But I just fear that my platform is going to become about the drama and not what I want to talk about. So I'm sorry you feel aggrieved at what people have done to you. I have that feeling now. So if you have the same feeling, I have empathy for you. But
Yes, ma'am. I know you're going through it now, and I feel bad for you because I do love watching you.
oh, okay. Well, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I want people from every quote unquote group to feel comfortable being here and watching me. And I think that that comfortability comes from the fact that I don't bring drama here. Well, somebody said I do a streamlined live. I talk about what I talk about and I get off. I don't sit here with six people in the box shooting the shit, drinking, having a funky good time, although I'm not knocking that. It's just not what I do, and I want to keep it that way. I want to keep it as drama free as possible, which is why I wouldn't rehash with Samantha. We had the conversation we had. She doesn't like the way I do things. I'm okay with that. And that's it. Like, there's no reason to talk anymore. So I appreciate you coming up. I do honestly appreciate the support. We all need to feel supported. And if you're doing the good work, I'm going to support you too. That's the bottom line. And that's where I want to stick it. So if you don't mind, I'm going to drop you because I have one other person. And then I want to kind of go back to my format. I already know it's past 10 o'clock. I know some people are going to have to go. I want to do the special thing, or maybe I won't do it, and maybe I'll save it for Wednesday. I'll do the special thing on Wednesday, and I'll do a couple of more scammers because I just want to get back to that. That is why I come up here. So I appreciate you, and thank you for coming up. Let me
Can
get.
I say,
I saw Wesley Wells come in. I'm sorry. I heard it at the last minute that you wanted to say one more thing. I'm sorry, Fendi. Uh oh. Maybe she's been holding on for too long. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Last one. CJ has said so. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Sorry, I get nervous when I'm in box, so I'm going to try and stick to topic. Thank you for accepting my request. I'm a silent supporter. Normally, I'm window licking.
That's fine.
But I absolutely, want to make a generalized statement. I think a lot of people forget we're on the internet. What's put out there on the internet is out there forever. So we need to make a purposeful move. And that's something you do digital. You take notes, you show receipts, you make your moves and what you say purposeful, and you make sure you say it in the right way. But you also educate us and inform us on, what to look out for, how to look out for it, and even provide, screenshots and stuff like that. And that's something I absolutely love and adore. And that's what sets you aside and different from everybody else who does awareness. Like somebody like me, I didn't know the difference between different beggars. And you held alive and you know, explain the difference between the different beggars and stuff like that. And that's what I absolutely adore about you. Not only do you have your facts in a row, you take notes so that you can say it correctly. And if you said something wrong, you have no issues, saying that you was wrong. And also another thing I wanted to make is when you stand upon truth, and I'm sure you know this digital, when you stand upon truth, not everybody likes the truth. So you are going to have people coming after you to take your voice away from you and to shut you down because they don't want the truth to get out there. So, when you stand upon truth, you realize that you are also putting yourself in the line of fire to show other people what's going on and how to go about it. And there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. In digital, I just love how you do it, how you put it together. Your lives are always organized, straight to the point, even though I have been window licking a lot here lately. But you make sure you bring receipts and you provide what you need to provide. And even if you aren't sure about something, you'll let people know, I'm not sure. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, this is what I heard, but I'm not sure because, I lost the info kind of a thing. So, you just keep doing what you're doing. And so far from what I've seen, I honestly don't have anything that could be changed besides you do not give a seat to drama. And when you are quiet like that and you don't give it a seat, it eventually dies down. And I honestly believe when you do something right like you do, yeah, you're going to take heat for a little bit, but as long as you don't give it a seat at your table, eventually people are going to be like, well, this one's not entertaining this back and forth with each other. And they're going to, a lot of us are on here for no drama. We're on here to get educated. We're on here to escape our own drama in our own lives. So the more you don't entertain it, the more you're going to have true followers and not those who are just after the drama.
Correct. I agree with you 110%. And after doing what I did Saturday night, I said I'm not going to defend myself anymore. You can make videos. You can live stream me because all you're doing when you live stream me is getting my information out to more people. Do whatever you want. I'm going to sit here in my little corner of TikTok. I'm going to turn my light on. I'm going to say and do what I say, and I'm going to get off and start watching beggars, scammers, liars all over again, so I'm ready for the next live. And I appreciate you saying those things because for a minute I did lose my way because it's one thing to talk about something that I actually do. When you talk about something that I don't do, that is what bothers me. But thank you for the reminders. I appreciate it.
And I appreciate you and everything you do. And I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you. And I don't even mind if you window watch. That's fine.
I've noticed the vibe in a lot of awareness that I normally would sit in their lives with. The vibe has changed. So when I feel the vibe change, I start window licking and trying to see why. And I've noticed there's been a lot going on. So I've been doing a lot of window licking with a lot of people.
Yes, I agree with you 110%. That's why, like, people are like, oh, you listen to other people. I don't stay long enough because I'm not into just sitting there and talking about what's for dinner and, where you went last weekend. I'm not here for that. So
Right.
I appreciate
And
what.
like normally I would come into your lives and I know that I don't have to always tap. I can take my kids to school and listen to you, or I could do dishes and listen to you without the fear of getting blocked. But there are some awareness lives that I go into. I have to sit on the outside because I feel like I have to interact and not do my normal day, everyday life with listening. But with you, I can come in and be like, yo, I'm doing housework. And you guys will just ignore me and keep going about it. And I don't have to worry about getting blocked, by your mods or anything. Y'all are just like, okay, you do you and just listen.
Right. Because that's the true point. The only reason why I ask for likes is to end up on the FYP. That's it. And if you're
Right.
driving, you're at work, you're whatever, listen, I appreciate that you took the time. Work, you're whatever. Listen, I appreciate that you took the time to hear me in my little corner. I appreciate it. That's it, that's all.
And here lately, I've been missing you. Normally, I enjoy it. Like, I would set my alarm to hear you. But I've been missing you because I've been oversleeping.
Well, sometimes our body needs sleep. So I don't begrudge you taking,
Absolutely.
listening to your body. I don't begrudge you at all. On Tuesdays and Thursdays mornings, my body wakes up and my body remembers, and I go right back to sleep. So I don't begrudge you at all. Do what works for
But
you.
I did start subscribing to your YouTube. So when I miss you, I get on your YouTube and I watch your videos on there. Like, I didn't even know Hippie Harley was a scammer until you and I had that conversation. I was like, wait a minute. She's on my other account. I didn't know anything about that until you guys brought it to my attention.
Right. And that's the goal. It's also why I bring bolos because if I can see it, I want y'all to learn how to see it right away too.
And it's because of you and your education, the way you educate us during your lives. I now will scroll past the live and something will catch my eye. I'm like, wait a minute, digital just spoke on this. They're following the same wash, rinse, and repeat cycle that digital had spoke about. So it's like, it's definitely made a difference for me in how I can. And sometimes I'll message you or other people, the lives, and I'll be like, yo, I ain't got time to look into them, which is why I'm not, in awareness myself. I'm just a silent supporter. I'll message some of these people and be like, yo, can y'all check into these guys? I ain't got time to check into them.
Right. Of course. And I appreciate it. It's funny though, because I think people don't realize I'll get the same live sent to me 6 times. I don't mind it though. Please keep sending because I don't always get to see all 6 right away. So I'll see one, I'll go watch. And then I'll come back and be like, oh, wow, 6 other people sent it. Cool. Keep sending it. And you don't have to give me the at anymore. The app changed that. If I click on it, I'm able to see who you sent me. So just send it. You don't got to tell me about it
Okay.
anymore. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope you have a fantastic day. And I'm gonna get back to regular scheduled programming. Thank you guys. I appreciate you allowing that space. I know we don't normally do that, and we won't be doing that in the future. Okay? I won't be doing that in the future. This is going to remain a drama free zone. I do not want anybody being like this happened in Digital's live unless it's what happened about a scammer, period, point blank. So for everybody who stuck around, because you saw the numbers go up when the drama started. I don't care about that. You got a headache? I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself because I don't have one. But it's probably the coffee. Dee, can I clarify? Of course, CJ, of course. You can always come up. I mean, it is, but I don't like it to be about me. Thank you, thank you. Good morning, CJ.
Hi. Yeah, I'm
Hi.
here.
Okay.
Hi, folks. The proof that we had about T becoming one of Wesley's mods was given to digital, and
I'm going to talk about
T,
it on Wednesday at 9 o'clock.
right, and T could not show up today, so it will not be shown until she is here, because we are going to do this once and once only. So when T is here, the video will be shown.
Correct.
And the video has been sent to people that it needs to be sent to, so we can clear it up on that end. All right, so the proof was shown or was sent. Like I said, I had to go through Wesley Wells to get it because I couldn't find my screen recording. So thanks to her, and it will all be taken care of and ironed out on Wednesday with her here. If she's not here, when she's here is when we iron it out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
CJ, don't go anywhere.
Oop. He left.
I want to make sure that everybody understands this is not about proving. Everyone knows what we saw. She is an enabler. It is not a question if she was an enabler or not. It is our responsibility to message her and ask her, do you know that you are helping someone in active addiction? Do you know that this person has charges on them against a child? Do you know that he has an innocent animal that he's enabling or hurting? I'm sorry. You are enabling. That is considered enabling. It is not about pulling her up and saying you are a mod or you are an enabler. You are an enabler, but you have to read the room. That lady had no idea what she was doing, how she was doing it, the way she moved. She didn't know.
Correct. And the video shows that he told her she was a mod. I didn't see any evidence that she asked to be a mod.
The other part too is if when you pull somebody up, have the receipt that you spoke to them prior to. Allow them to lie to you. If she says, no, I didn't, then boom, here's the receipt. You got an icon right next to your name. You are enabling. And you also gifted Tim and Angela. And you also, those things are irrefutable. Then people who are in here learning from digital can take it to their platforms and then go and take that as a learning experience. They can cross her name out and say, this is an example. So everybody learns, but we don't make someone feel like they're less than. And then they walk around feeling like, well, I don't want to be around those people. They're mean.
Absolutely. Her and I had a conversation yesterday.
Anything being brought on this platform, anything on any platform, we're learning. So CJ, I'm not coming at you. I'm not coming at anybody. You guys are the ones that make this thing happen. You guys are the ones that make this thing go further. But we got to make sure we take care of each other as well. She had no idea. No idea. She sits in awareness lives because she felt like she was part of something, just like everybody wants to be. You guys are important, each one of you. But if you didn't know that, I just heard somebody say that they didn't know who Hippie Harley was and that she was a scammer because she puts on a good little act.
Oh, yeah.
But then they come here and they see the 9 people that are popped up on the screen. But if you see them enabling, message them, send them a video, tag them in it. So then they know. And take a damn screenshot. I messaged this person and they said that they didn't care or they didn't know, but here they are doing it again. And then bring it wherever you got to bring it to. Thank you. Y'all have a good day. You people are beautiful. Goodbye.
You too. Thank you, Fallon. Y'all is not going to let me get back to my life. Swear to God. Vampry, you got 30 seconds.
I just wanted to correct Fallon. Fallon, we were not talking about her being a mod on a live of whoever had a dog and all this. We was talking about her being a mod for Wesley Wells.
Oh, she knows that. She knows.
Okay.
She knows that.
I just wanted to correct that.
She knows that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So that I don't keep you guys in suspense. but I'm going to go into deeper explanation on Wednesday. This is a photo of the boys. I believe it said that there have been 221 boys, young teenagers and teenagers. I shouldn't say young teenagers, but like adolescents and teenagers who are unaliving themselves due to a very popular scam. It's called dollar sign exploitation. It is where they get hit up by some. I might as well just do it because why not? Let's see. So I had to take some words out because of TikTok, or I should say some letters, but it can start on any site, app, messaging platform, or game where people meet and communicate. In some cases, the first contact from the criminal will be a threat. The person may claim to already have a revealing picture or video of the child, and that it will be shared if the victim doesn't send more pictures. But more often, this crime starts when young people believe they are communicating with someone their own age who is interested in a relationship or with someone who is offering something of value. After the criminals have one or more videos or pictures, they then threaten to publish that content, or they threaten violence to get the victim to produce more images. The shame, fear, and confusion children feel when they are caught in the cycle often prevents them from asking for help or report the abuse. Caregivers and young people should understand how the crime occurs and openly discuss online safety. This just happened to a young man, and his mother did an interview, which is what popped it up to me that I needed to talk about it because I know so many of you have children and grandchildren. Let them know that if somebody threatens them online, no matter what it's about or what they've done, that you have their back and you will support them. Because that's what's happening. They are unaliving themselves literally in hours in some cases. Hours. Like one young man, and I think I have white socks. One young man, let me find his photo. I believe his happened in hours. He met the person, sent the stuff, thinking he was talking to a young girl, got like tricked immediately. They started threatening him, and by 3:45 in the morning, he unalived himself. It happened in less than a day. The other young man that they highlighted in a different article was this young man. He had college prospects. Clearly, he was in track and field. He had a trip that he always looked forward to after every year. He had everything to live for. So, I want you guys to be aware for your children, your grandchildren, your friends' grandchildren. Please let everybody know that this is happening. Warn your children that it's happening. But more importantly, let them know that no matter what happens online, no matter what pictures they sent, what threats they get, come to some adult and let them know that it is okay, right? Randomly check your kids' devices. But when they get to 16, 17, people are like, well, it's okay. They know what they're doing. They're adult enough. They're not adult enough. They're not adults enough to deal with this because they're dealing with hardened criminals from overseas in most cases. But there have been a couple. There's something else. Hold on. It's called 764. And it's a network of violent extremists who seek to normalize the production, sharing, and possession of child porn and gore material to desensitize and corrupt youth toward future acts of violence. That's a group. They're called 764. One gentleman got 30 years for he created one of the groups. He got 30 years. So since I talk about scamming and I believe all scamming is wrong, oh, you're welcome. The FBI, hold on, I think I pulled up some FBI stuff because I like to come with receipts. Let me see, what's this one? Okay. Oops, I didn't cover this one up enough. Okay. So the FBI has recently seen an increase in financial extortion cases targeting minor victims in the U.S. Financial extortion is different from traditional extortion. In these cases, the offender receives sexually explicit material from child and then threatens to release the compromising material unless the victim sends money and or gift cards. The amount requested varies, and the offender often releases the victim's sexually explicit material regardless of whether or not they receive payment. The increasing threat has resulted in an alarming number of unalivings by unaliving. And they also have a poster. Let me see. I swore that I downloaded the poster, but maybe I didn't. The FBI website. Oh, yeah, here it goes. This is the FBI's website. This is the poster that they're using to, inform people. So there are articles. I think I got the article from USA Today about the recent one. She had the interview, and the mom had the interview in March, I think, on USA Today. Oh, I'm so sorry, Donna Marie. It's happening everywhere. Please have an open line of communication with your children. See, this one says, I know where you go to school. You know what I can send to everybody. You know I can ruin your life. Imagine a child. I mean, as an adult, that would unnerve me. But imagine a child with a child's mind seeing that and thinking, there's no way out. My family's going to be embarrassed. I'm going to bring shame to my church, my community, my school, my team even. So please, please, please. And so this was on, I think this was on the FBI website, but don't quote me. I'm not exactly sure. But this was an entire picture of children that have been lost to that. They wanted $500 from a kid. But you got to remember, people in other countries think that the trees are lined with gold. Like they think everybody has money. So what's $500 from a teenager? The sheriff said it is happening all over. It doesn't matter what community you're in. They don't really care. And so this isn't just like, oh, be careful of TikTok and Instagram and Facebook. This is their PS5, their Xbox, their computers, where they are accustomed to meeting people and playing. They're used to come, they play with their friends, and then if their friends aren't playing, they'll just meet people and be like, let's play. And they find girls who games very sexy, and of course they use a sexy photo. Just be careful, okay? So I thought I would add that to the things we got to be worried about. But I just thought it was important because it's happening here. This 764 thing, I was like, that is a rabbit hole I am going to have to go down. Oh, they're going to create a whole new division. I believe it because it's getting bad. And it's not just that they're getting money out of people, but it's they're getting more photos. And then they use them on these websites for other people. Really? What's your name, Lulu? Oh, I love that name. You guys are welcome. Y'all know I try to do a little bit of education every time if I can. And this one just stuck out to me like a thorn. I watch a lot of news. I read a lot of news. I get news alerts on certain things. It's going to be in Huntsville, Alabama. Oh, okay. Look at the FBI doing their thing. So it's 10:38. It's an hour past our time. I know I had more people on the list. I apologize I didn't get to everybody, but I felt like what happened on Saturday just needed to get addressed. I talked about it one time. I'm not going to talk about it again, just like the other one. And if you see anybody talking crap about me, don't even bother to send it to me. Don't even bother, because I'm not going to go in and defend myself. People could think whatever they want about me. I'm going to stay in my little corner, go live 3 days a week, and do my thing. And if people don't like it, they are welcome to not like it. I do it for the people who appreciate what I do. I don't do it for everybody else. So I'm not going to talk about this again. There'll be no drama at Dee Dee's live. So I'm sure a whole bunch of people are going to rush in to see what I'm going to talk about. And when they realize I'm going back to regular scheduled program, they're all going to leave. And I'm okay with that because I want the people who appreciate what I do and how I do it. Mods, thank you very much. I know today was a little bit crazier than normal. I appreciate you keeping it to a level. I appreciate all of you who have come in here. I even appreciate the people who came up and shared. I know coming up and talking isn't the easiest thing. I have gotten used to it. Yeah, a win for the mods. I have gotten used to coming up here and talking. And obviously, I'm a talker. B, I'm confident. And C, I'm a grown woman. So, they at one point said that I sound like I know what I'm talking about. When I get up here and I talk to y'all, am I supposed to sound like I don't know what I'm talking about? That would be backwards. I'm going to talk about it because, and part of why I have the confidence in what I talk about is because I watched it for myself. I watched it for myself. So nobody can tell me, oh, well, that's not really what happened. I watched it for myself. But I even appreciate them in the community because they got it started. And I actually appreciate people who were around from a long time ago. It's how I didn't get taken advantage of. And I hope that what I do prevents you from getting taken advantage of. So I'm going to, and no one paid you to answer their questions. Fact. Anyway, you know what I always say? Hug your loved ones because tomorrow isn't promised to any of us. Thank you, Allie Pop. Make sure you take 15 minutes a day and do some self-care. If you can't do 15 minutes, start with 1 minute. If it's in your bathroom, your garage, you park 5 minutes from the house because your children and mate can smell you coming. Whatever you got to do, okay, take some time for yourself, because you can't be anything to everybody else if you are not whole yourself. I appreciate y'all for being here. I will be here Wednesday morning, 6:30 sharp. And everybody have a fantastic day. Thank you. I appreciate all the support, all the kind words. I really do. You guys are the reason why I keep going, even when I don't feel like it. Everybody have a fantastic day. And this and Digital After Dark will be up like later on today. Right. Do good, be good. Facts. I love that. I've never heard it said that way before. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, animal lover. That's sweet. Okay. I'm out.